Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the NLC. Well, I'm really glad to be back. Of course, I got a familiar face with me here. So, Bloxer, first of all, how are you doing today, mate?
I'm so good, so excited for this. I mean, we've got a ton of games on, 5 games
Mhm.
to cover today, which is really exciting. It's always good when we can get a lot of these games going, and I want to see these teams. First round robin done. It was super hype the whole way through, but I can't wait to get into the second round robin and to see which of these teams are actually going to make playoffs.
Yeah, and I feel like some of these games today are gonna really write a whole lot of that story on where
Mm,
teams stand in the standings. Like we look at Lazy Alive against Unique, like that's pretty much gonna solidify the top
yeah.
four by whoever wins that one, or maybe it could even shake the entire foundation. But first off for today, we got 42 gaming against Fourth Wall, and Fourth Wall are desperate for a win.
Mm.
But 42 Gaming, they're a team that is just an entire X factor, the entire league. You never really know what you're gonna get from them today. Are they gonna go for the feast or the famine?
Yeah, it is a really interesting roster. It's a ton of names that if you've been around the scene for a while, you've heard of. You know these guys. But it just doesn't seem to be coming together in the way that they're going to quite be hoping for. Obviously, we're still a little bit early on in the season, although I think that excuse is beginning to peter out for a lot of these teams. 42-1 roster where I think if they could put it together, the highs of these players is so incredibly high. But unfortunately, they just don't have that consistency, and we've really been feeling it. Then again, up against Fourth Wall, who just don't seem to be able to put it together at all, I think this would be a good place for them to try to get a win, get their feet back under them, and start their climb again.
Yeah, and as you said, like it's an important turning point for the two sides. They just need to get that win here today. But I feel like it's definitely much more urgent for Fourth
Yeah.
Wall because they only got that one win, and they got the game today against Ruse later on in the evening, and that's
Mm.
pretty much gonna, like, I would say, like, say who's gonna be the eighth place team and who's gonna
Mm.
be escaping from the bottom of the standings, and maybe get some extra points to escape being like relegated and going through the RPS and the entire fiasco that can go there, because there's
Yeah.
definitely a lot of upset potential once you go down to that relegation. But how about we actually shift focus a little bit to today's first game that we're gonna have today? Like, what kind of dynamic do you expect to have between the two sides? We talked a whole lot about 42 and them being hyper aggressive. A lot of players that have a lot of trust in their individual ability.
Mm.
But what about Fourth Wall? What are their winning condition if they want to go into that one and maybe like take a step back at them or claw at them any source?
So it's a really interesting one here with Fourth Wall because they have had a change. They lost their previous matchup, which it was a really unfortunate game where you got a really big lead against Lazy. It looked really good, and then it went wrong. It was really unfortunate. Top laner Eddie Burry had a massive lead on the Darius. They weren't able to close that one out, and at the end of that game, we have unfortunately lost Eddie Burry from this tournament, so they have got a new player coming in. It is going to be Chimey up in the top lane for Fourth Wall. So that's really exciting that they've got a little bit of roster change, and maybe that can be the spark for change. But at the same time, Eddie Burry was kind of that top laner they were trying to play around. They had a lot to do with the success that Fourth Wall were finding.
Mm-hmm.
And obviously, there wasn't a huge amount of success for Fourth Wall, unfortunately. It's been a really tough split for them so far. But that was where they were trying to play around. There was just a lot of aggressive picks up in the top lane, you know? Things like the Urgot, things like the Rumble, all of those kind
Mm-hmm.
of pickups you were getting in the top lane that you could really try to focus on. And without that, it's going to be a lot harder. We have to see what Chimey can do, though, because we don't know a lot about this player. Are they also going to try to step into those shoes, fill the role, be that big carry player, or are they going to be a little bit more of a chill top laner? If it's that second option, I want to see who else on this roster can step up, because it feels like 42, they've got talent in all of the roles. They are
Mm-hmm.
really aggressive in all of their roles. And you could just get rolled if you don't try to step up and actually go toe-to-toe and at least have one, maybe two lanes that you can actually fight back against them.
Yeah, and if we're gonna talk about that, I feel like definitely Wantage can be one of the players that
Mm,
might be able to step up. I've seen him in Arabia League in our second division, and he's had some good games. But the main thing about his play style, I feel like he's much more of a facilitator. And then
yes.
I look at the way that you just laid it out. Well, you lost that chemistry despite being halfway through the split.
Mm,
And I feel like a reliance on the bot lane has to be necessary because while I definitely think that, yeah, the team was used to playing around top, and top lane was the main role. Even if you insert another carry top laner, what if the play style is a bit different? Because what the picks that we're talking about are like kind of hyper specialized and a bit niche in the way that you're approaching. Like if you pick a Darius, if you pick an Urgot, the approach to a team fight is much different to the usual suspects of carry
yeah.
top, the likes of the Yone, the likes of the Aatrox. Like, I mean, the Rumble is definitely within the realms of like neutrality when you
Mm,
talk about competitive play. But other than that, I feel like that if they are gonna go back towards having a standard top laner, they're probably gonna have to actually rely onto their bot lane to bring some stability to the team this week.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the bot lane stepping up would be really good. I mean, at the same time, the bot lane hasn't quite been able to step up so far. Maybe you have to just keep trying to play around Bash. Bash has been the other person that we've been playing around quite a lot with Fourth Wall, has had a ton of really exciting picks, things like the Karthus and the Brand, loads of those AP pickups in the jungle. So you could try to continue putting a lot of focus around that jungle as well. Maybe have that top jungle synergy if they've gotten enough practice together. We obviously don't know the situation. So there's a lot of potential carry situations, but that's sort of indicative of the fact that we haven't seen any of these guys step up quite yet.
Yeah, and well, we will have to step away ourselves for a little bit because apparently the game is still gonna be like in a little bit of a loading session, some technical difficulties with the players and whatnot, and gonna be a brief break. Hopefully brief, fingers crossed and all, and then we'll be right back with you for the first game of the evening. So stay tuned. Well, ladies and gents, welcome back once again. It wasn't that brief, and we got a bit of an update. Due to Fourth Wall having some technical problems on their side, they're gonna lose all 5 of their bans on the red side. And Max, I'm pretty sure that's not even a monkey wrench. Like that's the entire crowbar thrown at their face at this rate.
Yeah, so I don't think either of us are gonna steal this point. Production, Zoe, she's wonderful, should be an analyst, but instead runs all the behind the scenes. Points out that that's now a team that cannot ban Tristana. You don't want to be giving Tristana over at the moment, right? It is so incredibly strong, and because they're over on the red side, you really want to get rid of that one. It's pretty much first pick at all times, and now you can't get rid of the Tristana, you can't get rid of the Skarner potentially, you can't get rid of any of those specific bans for things that we've been seeing sort of, like the brand. All of these
Yeah.
picks are now just open.
Yeah, and I feel like even adding on to that, like you were talking about the first phase. Now, in the second phase, usually you try to target the lanes that are remaining. And maybe you pinch a bit around top, maybe pinch a bit around mid, but that cannot happen in this game either. So, like this might be an angle for, like you spoke about it earlier. We might even have an angle for something that I've been seeing a little bit more and more of in scrims, which is the Mundo top lane. Like when you don't have a lot of tank getting powers on the red side, Mundo becomes a very important pick in like blue 4, maybe R4, like depending on where you want to situate it. But as we said, no bans for the side of Fourth Wall and already off with the brand. And we were talking about how important AP junglers are. They're pretty much the entire meta right now. So if you have the opportunity to pick the Tristana and ban all the junglers that are problematic for her, since you got all the bans and your opponent's got none, that pretty much means that your Tristana is going to have an amazing time, going to have priority, going to have control over the objectives in the first rotation of the objectives as well.
Absolutely. I mean, also on this, I cannot wait now to just have the Tristana not be picked whatsoever. Nobody's now going to look at it once we've spoken about it. I mean, the bans that 42 are looking at right now make a lot of sense. They just full focusing Bash. They do not want to let Bash play this game. We'll be really interested to see if the next ban is going to be towards the Karthus. That's been the next most priority pickup, or if they're actually going to go somewhere else, Maybe you could try to ban towards Wantage. Wantage has been playing slightly more aggressive things. There have been some looks at the Akali did also play a Draven game, so that could be something potentially interesting, but is going to be the Rumble ban. Interesting. I don't know if Tribe plays it. Certainly, we did see it in the top lane beforehand, but obviously that's pre this change around.
I mean, pretty this change around, but Rumble is pretty much like the quintessential top laner right now. And the worst part about Rumble is that he's really unanswerable. Even in the lanes that he's kind of countered in, and he doesn't have the biggest effective lane, you can just forego the ignite, go TP, and have the good old traditional Rumble playstyle where you survive the lane, you get to level 6, you TP in, you have massive impact on your side. And well, with all the bans being over, I was expecting Estrada, but out of everything, it's Lilia there for Bomb.
Yeah, to be honest, I can see why. Balmif is really good on it, has really been playing to an incredibly high level. It's just not quite worked out for the whole team, and now is trying to move towards something a little bit more aggressive. Was playing a lot more of these tanky champions, but Balmif has been known for these more aggressive ones in the past, so I do appreciate them just trying to pull something a little bit more exciting out, and Lilia has been a champion that we've seen on the ban table a lot recently, and so, I like the pickup from 42. The Hecarim, though, that's something quite different. I haven't seen a Hecarim played in quite a while. At the moment, he plays sort of like a tank bruiser, as you would expect, but it isn't the strongest as far as I'm aware.
It's not the strongest, but it's really good into Lilia if you're able to pick the fights early, where she really doesn't have that fighting power early on. She doesn't have the Leandries or the tools to slow down that Hecarim.
Yeah.
And well, speaking of slowing down, that Lilia will definitely be slowed down by an Ashe, auto attacks, volleys, even the Crystal Arrow.
Yeah.
All of which are pretty fatal to Balmif if he actually gets caught.
Absolutely. I mean, you're in a situation where, as Balmif, if you don't manage to land one of those abilities to get the extra speed up, you're going to be in a really bad spot. You need to be able to land at least that first one, hopefully a bowling ball to initiate the fight, and then you can try for your ultimate or something. There we go. The Tristana is finally going to get hovered through. I'd be very surprised if this one isn't picked up right here for JJ. Indeed, it is going to be locked in. There is still a potential for a Skarner. He's not been nerfed to the point where you cannot play him. I mean, he's still viable. The mana issues are pretty bad, but they're not the worst. And so I would be surprised to see him just completely float through a draft. Instead, it looks like they're going to be heading towards this Cassante. Just the all-purpose tank, right? He can do whatever.
Yeah, I can definitely do whatever, but that puts it in a bit of a weird spot where I understand that maybe they wanted to see what Fourth Wall are going to bring out, but now Fourth Wall got to get the answer on the Lydia, and they're going to also have the answer in the top lane anytime they want. They also know that Tristana's middle, so the answer here was something that can try to scale, has a fair bit of range in that Syndra, and definitely have the kill potential, because that's something that we've been trying to harp on, and I feel like you really are going to underestimate how much burst that team has, because we haven't seen Hecarim in quite a while. But like that 1-2 potential of Hecarim just using the onslaught of shadows and catching the Tristana off guard, that can be more than enough to just 100-0 her early on.
It really can be, and with Divine Sunderer being as strong as it is at the moment... Sorry, Divine Sunderer? I do not mean that. That's an item from ages ago. I can't quite remember the item I mean. With, you know, all of these bruiser items being as strong as possible.
Triforce? Is it?
No, I don't know. My brain has broken. The 10-minute gap that we had between now and the start has just broken.
Oh, you mean Sunder Sky, I think,
That's
right?
the one. I knew it was there somewhere. Sunder Sky. With Sunder Sky being as strong as it is at the moment, you can just heal so much. You can just sit in the backline and live forever. We've been seeing it specifically with things like the Jarvan and the Xin Zhao, the Vi, those kind of pickups. But the Hecarim, I think, fits into that list quite effectively. And you are right, with the range that you can get out of a Syndra with an Ashe too, you're in a situation where as 42, a lot of your champions, they just want to run straight at the opponents. You know, there's not a lot of flank really. You're just trying to front the back, run straight at them. But an Ashe, a Syndra, they are great at saying, no, absolutely not. You cannot walk here. You're going to be slowed, you're going to be stunned, you're going to be scattered the weak and pushed back. And that's going to make 42... I don't love the way that their composition's looking into what Fourth will have right now. Obviously, they've still got a couple more pickups to grab for themselves. Hopefully, they'll be able to get a little bit of extra long range engage, potentially from their bot lane duo.
Yeah, and that's definitely something that they're going to have to work around. That's why I'm looking at these bans of 42, and I really understand what they're doing. You know, we talked about this, no way to counter what's going to come towards the bot side on the map for 42, and they're just trying to leave over that one lane that wasn't counter-picked, because now you ban the top laner in that Twisted Fate that is really good into that Cassante, and you ban the Nautilus, which means that you understand that thing that we were talking about, the fact that they do have an answer to the engage, and you want to make sure that they cannot follow up on that. And that's why we're seeing the Ornn, who can try to engage back, but in a very high range fashion. But at the same time, now I'm slightly like concerned for the team comp there, because I understand what they were trying to approach, but Pyke Ezreal is like left field.
It really is. It's super fascinating. I see the idea, though, where you're just sending your Ezreal bot lane to just live. Stay down there, have a good time. The Pyke is going to try to get some kills onto a very immobile Ashe, but also try to get out of this lane and go get involved elsewhere. It could potentially be... Oh, if that was a Camille pickup, then it would have been the Ornn being down in the bottom lane. Instead, it's not going to be that. They are going to take the Rakan. Rakan Ashe are killable by Pyke. If you're able to land a good bone skewer, you can 100-0 them. You have to be a little bit careful, but because of how safe Ezreal is, you can roam around with a Lilia very effectively and go make those ganks happen. Something that Lilia struggles with is getting early ganks off because she doesn't really have that CC set up for herself, and Tristana doesn't really give you that much, but if you pair a Pyke, then that is going to make a very immobile Syndra have to really respect the possibility of getting ganked anytime you can't see that Pyke in the bottom lane.
Yeah, and that definitely can happen, but at the same time, even if you're Chrissy here on that Israel, you know, at some point, once everybody get level 6 on the side of the fourth wall, then you're going to start have some pressure be on you, and you're going to need to be a bit more respectful. Not just of the range that they have, but the fact that these ultimates add so much more oppressive lockdown that you really can't play around. You know, like a quickness guard entrance is pretty much unavoidable if the Rakan jumps on top of you. Same thing can be said for the onslaught of shadows. Even the Call of the Forge God is like really like long range in comparison to other big forms of engage. So there is still some potential onto punishing the Ezreal with like the Crystal Arrow combo with the Rakan.
Yeah.
But even something like that, I feel like it's definitely not threatening enough. So we could see the Rakan actually trying to match the Pyke, but I feel like pound for pound in that sequence, I still would favor 42 Gaming in that sense.
Yeah, just the amount of damage that you can give with a Pyke compared to what a Rakan can do. I would also be favoring this Pyke, but you've got to be super proactive on it because a Pyke that falls behind, you still give enough to your team, but it does not feel anywhere as oppressive as a Pyke who's managed to get a couple of kills early. If you can start that lead off, if you can get a snowball going, it's so insanely strong. I do wonder if we could potentially be seeing some dives bottom lane if the Pyke does leave this lane, because Hecarim's really good at a dive, can make it pretty easy for the team. If you can grab them with that Q, push them into a wall, it makes it much, much easier for your Rakan to potentially hit a knock-up, and then you can do more than enough damage with your Ashe. Like you said, the Enchanted Crystal Arrow will be a great bit of long-range engage too. But it is kind of a very different approach from these junglers, right? You're expecting your Balmeef on the Lilia, just sit, farm, hit level 6, then get involved in the game. Whereas I want to see a lot more proactivity out of this Hecarim and Bash.
Yeah, I definitely do agree with that. I feel like that's definitely gonna be like the mirror sense in that matchup where the Hecarim want to be really proactive from the red side, but in the same time from 42 Gaming, they need that Pyke to turn up early. So it's gonna be about who goes where, whether or not it's Bash. Maybe you can avoid the Pyke, but at the same time, like there's definitely an argument to be made to just allow the Syndra to scale, allow everything to happen, because we're gonna see that on the Rift. You know what? It's enough time for conjecture. It's about damn time that we put the two teams finally on the map and they can show us what they're made of.
Let's go. I mean, this is so exciting between these two teams. They are sat nearer the bottom of the table, but this is do or die point, right? You need to get going what you can right now as we get the best intro. I do love the dramatic zoom in onto the Froggy, and onto the Rift we go. Both 42 and Fourth Wall needing wins right here. They have got to step up, show what they can do. The first round robin is gone. These two teams have not escaped with a lot of wins. They need to get themselves onto the board as quickly as possible. Fourth Wall, they haven't won something since week 1. Can it be here? Can it be today?
Well, for Fourth Wall, it would be great for them to win that today. The necessary one is definitely the game against Ruse, but this game against 42 is gonna put them like very far away from the bottom 2 contention if they can get that and also get the win over Ruse. But a lot definitely rests on Bash and that Hecarim pick. I'm looking at Face Rush is gonna be excellent against like some of the slows that can come, for example, for Balmeef on that Lilia if he likes to go for a Rylai. But other than that, really, most of the crowd control are going to be hard to stay safe from the Pyke. I don't think he can escape most of it. So I understand the Face Rush as well, because even Pyke stun, which is the one real piece of setup, requires you to stay into that phantom area where it collapses on you. So Face Rush is enough of speed to play around that. And, you know, the more I look at it, the more I think that this is an excellent game for the Hecarim, really.
Yeah, I think the Hecarim has an opportunity to have a really good time. I would like to potentially see some invades if possible. If not, I just want to see as many ganks as possible. You've got a great setup in the top lane, mid lane, and bot lane. You're not bereft for places that you can go gank right now as Bash, and I know that Bash is one of the best proactive junglers that we've had, has been playing a lot of tanky champions, a lot of also trying to just do as much damage as possible, really trying to play whatever he could do to make just the best situation for his team. Hasn't been able to capitalize on it quite yet, but I think that this Hecarim is a little bit of a change of pace that I'm really happy to see, especially against a first pick Lilia. Getting at that counter is always going to be nice. So watching Bash and what he does right here is going to be crucial. He's going to start towards the top side of the map, head on down towards the bottom lane. You can shut down this Ezreal Pyke early, you can stop a lot of the potential roaming, and that will make the game a lot easier for everybody else on the map.
Yeah, and that's why you're seeing the Pyke really wants to engage. They want to break that freeze. They find the angle. Flash of Grissom. That's the jump off, but the shift is not enough. Grissom will survive, but that's a recall force, and, well, that's really on to them now to try to push this wave by the time the Bash can get here.
I mean, you can see just the amount of damage done right there was crazy. And Grissom was trying to move back, forth, dodge out from that bone skewer, and just was not able to. And I want to see that level of aggression continued on from Rexa. I really like the look of that. Obviously, we did just see Bash had a little bit of a DC. Hopefully, he'll be able to get his internet stabled out, because we can't lose the Hecarim. That's the best bit of this game right now.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely supposed to be like in the midst of an action any second now. By the time, you know, you finish your wolf, you might actually want to just skip the rest of the camps and try to catch them halfway through them shoving over that lane. You and the Ashe are more than enough in a 2v2, especially knowing that, well, you've got a fair shake at that one if you can find your timing. With the E, you just displace the Ezreal, no more shifts for a long time, which is definitely the weakest point for the Ezreal. He only has a single point in the E, and the Q cooldown is not enough for him to be like that, like elusive threat in the sense that he can be.
I mean, that's what we saw in that bottom lane skirmish right there, where the Ezreal just didn't quite have enough damage to be able to finish off that kill. I mean, don't get me wrong, it got real close. That was very, very close to Rakan going down right there. An initial kill going to either of these bot laners would be, I don't know, terrifying, let's say. It's definitely not a situation you want to be in. It's really unfortunate for Chris and Rexat that they're not quite able to close out on that kill. But for Grissom, I think it's a bit of a warning shot, right? You can't step too far up to this pike, and already losing the flash makes it that much scarier. Obviously, Rakan is very mobile. Once you've got yourself that level 3, and you've got both the grand entrance and the ability to just jump away to your friends, it's a lot easier to try to dodge out from that pike, but if you're constantly having to use those spells defensively, it buys a lot of space for the Ezreal to not worry about you trying to go in all the time.
Yeah, and if you can't keep pressuring the Rakan off the lane, you're giving Ezreal more time to just play that one-on-one that you want yourself on the side of 4-2, and then you can have your Pike just moving around towards middle, which I feel like that's the definite part that we can say that, okay, now Bash has somebody that's stable to rely on. Because Syndra, all she needs to do is just to farm up for a bit, get all your evolutions on all of your abilities, like much similar to the way that Victor will play, for example.
Yeah.
But unlike Victor, you do actually have the potential to even be proactive yourself later on in the game. Once you know you got this fear scatter combo and you catch somebody off at long range, you add even a crystal arrow on top of that, and that's definitely a pick that is very quick and very devastating in that combo. And they can get to there, but as we said again, like it's all gonna rest onto that bot lane being stable for both sides.
Yeah.
Because at 42, they want to make it a stable one-on-one, but for the side of fourth wall, they really want to keep the Pike in the bot lane as long as possible.
Yeah, they really do. If you can keep that Pike in that bottom lane and not die, then it's going to be great. Of course, the point at which the Pike starts picking up kills and, you know, you're beginning to lose out against him, that is a really scary situation, and not having that flash already is a little bit risky, and Ashe obviously doesn't love stepping up to a Pike at any point. You really don't have the mobility to get away, but yeah. I mean, it's a fascinating bot lane situation to be in. If we can get the Hecarim down into that bottom lane immediately, I think that could be a really fascinating way to sort of get a way back into this.
Yeah, well, let's get back into the game again. Bash, a lot on their back right here on the movement that he's going to make, and he's still on the Wolves for Vardax. Luckily for him, he still has the barrier, so he's going to be a bit tanky for them to actually dive, but they get their push in time, and they can definitely get in the recess. So any danger from Bash has been avoided. But even adding on top of that, Rexat is going to try to find the Hecarim here and stagger him for a bit.
Yeah, I mean, you are super mobile as a Pike. You're pretty easy at getting away from bad situations. So if you can just go harass Bash, make sure he's not able to just farm up these camps as easily. And just having eyes on the jungler right now is going to be super good. Rexat is well aware right now of where Bash is. It means that the rest of your lanes can play hyper aggressive. You're not worried about your bot laner potentially getting jumped the minute that he gets back into lane. He's also going to go for the steal. It's just at least going to force away that smite. Obviously, doesn't take it away, but it's good information for your team. And Rexat really didn't need a recall anyway. That's a great use of time.
Yeah, great use of time. And as he said, it definitely allows somebody like Virtuoso here to have a bang-in time on Chimey, who's already 10 CS behind on the Ornn. That's the nature of the matchup. So, like, that's not to be unexpected. But on Ornn, it's not just about like losing farm, it's about maintaining resources. And Chimey is already very low on mana, and despite them being able to just use that passive, buy more health, like in a situation like this, you really want to establish the freeze. And with JJ as well, having some priority towards mid, a collapse on the top lane might even be a consequence of just Bash being staggered on for that long. But Bash instantly took the recall and instantly made the move there. Chimey is low, but he's tanky enough to tank that engage. The Pathmaker is going to be flashed away from him. Virtuoso have to be careful. One more attack from Bash, and that's going to be a first block. Balmy is not going to have any chance unless he flashes onto Chimey. The passive is enough, and Chimey is going to pay for his mistakes.
There we go, it is going to be kills going back and forth right there, and the fact that both of these junglers have managed to pick up kills is going to be huge. It's exactly what you want for both of these guys. Balmeef was a little bit late to that play, but was in the right place, was able to also get the double scuttle off, so he's going to be ahead of Bash in terms of pure farm as well. But Bash being able to pick up that kill is going to be huge. You need to keep yourself a little bit ahead of the curve as a Hecarim falling behind. It's not devastating. It's not the same as a Vi or a Wukong who falling behind just completely ruins your game. But you do want to get yourself ahead so you can afford to go more offensive items rather than pure defensive. It will just give you that little bit of extra ability in these team fights. And for these top laners, I mean, nobody loves to die. There is a significant CS gap right here for Virtuoso, but at the same time, I don't think either of these top laners are going to be that mad about what ended up going down. Junglers got kills, and they just want to be tanky for the team fights anyway.
Yeah, absolutely. But in that same sense, it's just worrying for Chimey if the exact same thing that happened pre-first recall happens again now. And that's why I really understand the early cloth armor, because most of the damage from the Entoful strike on the Q is physical. So you just want to space out the Qs, try to tank it as far as you can, and hopefully by then, you're able to build enough health, build enough resistances that you don't really have to worry about the K'Sante anymore. But I'm pretty sure, Virtuoso did Dink 6 before Chimey did. And that might be a window if the K'Sante pushes the lane forward. By the time it bounces back, there's an angle for an all-in.
Yeah, potentially. Talking of all-ins, JJ gonna leap forwards. Wantage immediately gonna push them back with that Scatter the Weak. Rexat is here, but Wantage is pretty far back. Oh, lands the hook! Okay.
And that's a very big flash, but at the same time, Bash has to dash back. Grubs are going to be given over towards the Lilia. And first one has actually been taken away by that Hecarim. So 2 out of 3, still a good haul, but Rexat is even hunting for more. That's a good jump, and JJ might have found the angle. Will it be enough? It will be.
Wow, okay, these hooks are just laser focused out of Rexat right here. I mean, I knew that they were good on the hook champions, but this is insane. I don't think I've seen a single one of these bone skewers miss throughout this whole game, and that one is going to be huge. Bot lane, also a solo kill, and I mean, 42, they're taking full advantage of the lack of bans that Fourth Wall had, and beating them in this game pretty summarily right now.
Yeah, and all 3 lanes, really. They found themselves an advantage, and Virtuoso, you know, he's still pretty fine here in that top side. Even if the Ornn is starting to get a bit tanky, has found themselves the Bomby. Well, Ornn isn't really the highest impact of champions on their own in 1v1. Sure, you can definitely find an angle to 100 to 0 someone, but not a K'Sante lane where you're already 20 CS behind. And now you've lost your Grubs, which definitely paints my mind to a picture of where maybe Balmeath can allow the Ezreal to stay in a 1v1 where he has already just won against Vardax, and maybe try to farm some extra plays with the true damage from the objectives they found.
Yeah, I mean, the solo kill bot lane, I think, has the biggest impact on this game, as we are going to watch 42 pick themselves up a dragon right here. Everybody is fully aware from Fourth Wall that this is happening. You can see with the Hawk shot, but there's not really going to be any opportunity for a steal.
Look at the jungle.
Yeah, it's just sat around top lane. Bash, not able to really get too much going, is going to be able to take a Scuttle Crab at least. But this bot lane is definitely the place where my eyes are looking right now because of that solo kill. The fact that you're able to get yourself a solo here is huge, because as Grissom, you said it, Grissom wants to go follow Rexat around because Rexat wants to go and be proactive elsewhere. If you now can't really leave your Ashe behind because they're going to get killed, that changes this dynamic so much. At the same time, Grissom just wants to keep roaming around, and so you're opening up the opportunity for Chrissy to get more solo kills, as we are going to watch and fight a little bit. Bash is in the area, but it looks like they just want to pick up the grub and not keep going forwards. As Vardags, look at the damage that they're taking. This is crazy.
Yeah, only a Sheen, yeah. And even, like, you think about that, once the more amount of combo, it's going to be very dangerous. But speaking of dangerous, Rexat has to be very aware that giving a kill away to Bash might lead to a disastrous outcome, because he's still there. He's still got the onslaught, no ghost. But that means that Chrissy has to respect that and allow Vardax finally a sigh of relief and some space to find.
Yeah, that was a little bit of over-aggression right there out of Rexat. We've been saying it, how you're pretty slippery as a Pyke, but at the same time, once you get caught out by both a Rakan and a Hecarim, there's quite a lot of damage there. The Hecarim, well, with the 2 longswords, is going to be able to 100 to 0 this Pyke very, very quickly. Dies with the flash up, so could potentially have gotten away. I don't think you're going to be too worried about it. And there was also a massive XP disadvantage right there for Rexat. They're only level 4 up against, I think it was level 6 at the time for Bash, possibly was level 7 at that point. So there was a huge gap right there, and it's not great to give over another kill, but still, I don't think it's the end of the world, and Rexat is at least able to keep eyes on Bash, which I think is potentially more important, because you just want to allow all of these winning lanes to keep pushing. If you know where the jungler is, that's that much easier. I love this ward here as well.
Yeah, not even just that one, by the way. Like, when I was saying, look at the jungle a minute earlier, when Rexat was in that top side jungle, I loved what he did. He just walked into that side of the jungle with JJ, making sure that while the Lilia is known and figured out on the dragon, Bash doesn't have the time to actually counter jungle Lilia. Keep the camps up, you keep Rexat there, just to dissuade Bash from invading the jungle, and hopefully they will find an angle to collapse on him. But not what happened, and now they're trying to collapse on the red side jungle, but Bash still finds a smite, and it's gonna be all easy going from here, at least for a little bit of time, because I'm pretty sure by the time Rexat is level 6 and find the death from below, it's gonna be havoc on the Rift.
Absolutely. You can see all of the pressure that he's applying to the opposition at this point, even pre that level 6. Once you've also got an execute in your back pocket, that's going to be even easier. As we also got to see Chrissy take a first turret plate, well on the way to getting a second one. However, Bash is behind right now, so it is going to be Grubs in exchange for a potential gank.
Yeah, Grubs for a gank. Crystal Arrow missing means that this gank will, just as the Comet, wave itself bye-bye and hope for better wishes, because if Rexat lands that hook, you definitely got the damage onto that one, which is why we see a TP force, but that's going to waste a lot of resources out of the red team. Like, fourth wall now, a TP down, and Wantage has to be very careful up against the Tristana from here on out.
Absolutely, it feels like you're just getting pulled around the map right now as fourth wall. Nobody other than Bash able to find any real success, and TPing bot lane there just feels so bad. Wantage has to wander slowly back up towards their lane. They're not going to lose out on too much. Is going to get back into lane in time to be able to pick up this wave. So it was a good timing to be able to teleport, but you don't want to go teleport just to save your bot lane. You hope to at least get a kill or two back. Instead, it is just going to be that savior. And you end up losing out on the Grubs as well. 5 go over to 42, so they are in a very strong position to be able to push forwards against the towers. And, oh yeah, they've got an Ezreal and a Tristana. These champions are already so good at taking towers, it's going to be that much harder to try to stand up against them. As we can see, JJ as well already picked up a turret plate. That's a lot of extra gold going over to 42. And you can already see about 1,200 as the gap.
Yeah, and the plate is only a single auto attack, so that lead is definitely going to prosper even further. And I love that movement from Rexat, because that means with that ward, they know that nobody is home, and it might be all over for Vardax.
Yeah.
Luckily for him, though, Spike is spotted on a ward, but there's no way that you're going to defend those plates, and the gold lead is still continuing to grow. That's almost 2,000 gold here.
It really is, and you've been highlighting it fantastically. All of the vision sat around this bottom side, all throughout the jungle. It makes it so much safer when you're constantly pushing up as Chrissy. Rexat drops the vision, makes sure his AD carries safe, then heads off and goes and tracks the jungler, gets a gank off mid, kills the jungler in the top side. I think that this pattern of play right now out of Rexat is really impressive, and it's something I don't feel like I've been seeing from him that much. Maybe we just haven't been able to focus on it quite as much, but this feels like a next level of play out of Rexat, and it's really, really nice to see.
Yeah, especially, we were talking about 42. We said that they're the team that definitely needs some stability in their feast or famine playstyle, and they might have found it in Rexat in this fight game, and now with finally him finding level 6, the avenues and options have definitely expanded. But, that TP we're speaking of Wantage is not here for this fight. So even if that ward right there by the bush behind the pit is available, no TP from the Syndra. It's only going to be Chimey on the Ornn. I can't find the angle, but Kristen, he's found that one. And that's the combo that we were talking about, decimating them.
Wow, that's really unfortunate right there for 42. You're just stepping up way too close as Balmeef. You're not particularly mobile as a Lilia. You've got to get that first ability hit in order to be able to run around through these fights, as our fast Bambi doesn't get it off and just gets killed. That's a brilliant little comeback right there out of Fortor. You also managed to pick yourself up that Drake, which is going to be nice to even those back out. And could potentially look for a gank right here. Chrissy is slowed.
Okay, that's a dash out of the onslaught, but as you said, TP is still there. The death is still coming from below, but this day, they'll live to fight, and they'll live to hold for that, tower. But as he said, a very good comeback from fourth wall. But in the same time, they're going to lose a bit too much. Even after the plays go down, that's still first, third, and that's still Vardax having to blow the barrier. But despite that was so low that if it was not for the double shield from Risen there, they actually might have went down.
Yeah, double shield barrier was really important. Vardag's just about going to be able to survive. You could see JJ was stepping up. It felt like Chrissy Rexat, they wanted to step back a little bit in that situation. No. Tristana going to go forwards. You are at least going to pick yourself up this Rift Herald. So yeah, It was a good little comeback out of fourth wall. It was a great turn and catch. They need to keep using this composition like that in order to get themselves back into this game solidly. But at the same time, 42, they recognize that once their jungler's dead, they're not going to be able to get that Drake. And instead, they go get themselves a mid tower. They pick themselves up a Rift Herald. I still don't think they're going to be too upset with the way that these things have worked out so far. And again, you can see it reflected in the gold lead. It's not massive, still sat around about 2k. But still, it's more than you would really like if you are fourth wall as... Wow, okay.
Well, that's not looking good for Gris, and thankfully for him, the movement speed is more than enough to actually get away out of that one. But yeah, you know, the most surprising part of the gold lead, the part that I definitely feel like, just by the nature of how sleeper the top lane has been, definitely has been that K'Sante Ornn matchup. 30 CS ahead, almost have a level from Virtuoso, I'm pretty sure, just off of that first death that Shimey had on the top side. And now all the attention is off of that one remaining tower, and they're still going to have a one-on-one in the boss side, but Vantage again forced to use another summoner just to, this time, bail himself out, not his entire team.
The fact that this Pyke has 1 assist right now feels kind of criminal, right? The amount of pressure that he's been pushing down is crazy. It feels like as fourth wall, you could never step sort of anywhere around your own jungle without finding a Pyke, which is just super frustrating to play against. As I'm going to watch the intro to Crystal Arrow go sail wide, nobody going to be able to pick this one up, and potentially a dive here onto Vantage.
I mean, they can definitely clear the tower. You got the demolish. That's going to be more than enough. And with the tower down, you need Bash to step up. He tried to find the onslaught, but Vantage is going to go down. That's the cut. That the death coming in from below. Second one from JJ. And Rek'Sai just combines that stun with the ultimate to make Balmeet able to find in their third. And they have a lot of options now. Tier 2 at the top. Reset and maintain tempo, but they're going to go for the former. Herald is spawned, and that's going to be a wave of Grub Mites, Voidlings. I don't even know like which one of the void creatures they're called.
I mean, there's so many of these void creatures right here. Look at the grubbies. They are so much fun to watch go forward. There is going to be... there could have been another potential charge from the Rift Herald. It would potentially have been a suicide. So instead, we're not going to see that one charge through. But getting yourself that first tier 2 tower is huge. That's a massive injection of extra gold. The extra 600 that you get from that one, going to be a big push forwards for 42, and they are now a huge amount ahead of this game. It was set about 1.5 for a really long time. Now they're almost 5,000 gold ahead, and despite the fact that they're only a couple more kills ahead of their opponents, it really has felt like 42 have been in control of this game. A lot of that has been going through Rek'Sai in terms of making the proactive plays, but a lot of the kills have been going over to JJ, and at this point, with the Kraken complete, with those quick blades as well, you're in such a strong position to be able to just run this game as the Tristana.
Yeah, and that's exactly what happens when you have lane and a team as a whole, actually, not just a single lane, that are proactive, do have a lot of priority, and you're able to find lanes that gives them extra pressure, just like the Pyke on the Rek'Sai that we were talking about. A big lead for K'Sante by the mere nature, but this arrow is going to once again repeat the same misery. However, this time, it will not be Balmeet, it will be Rek'Sai that will be once again betrayed and left by their teammates.
Yeah, not an ideal situation. We are going to see a push heading down through the middle lane because of that kill onto the support. At the same time, is being matched onto a tier 2 right now in the bottom lane. Kristen is over this wall. You could potentially try to get on top of Balmeet here. Instead, just hops over the wall in order to get a little bit closer to the team. And this could be a collapse here from JJ.
Oh, they use the lullaby. JJ has the angle, and the Pathmaker is there as well. There's an angle for an all-out, but JJ is able to buffer that duck-up beautifully and even live with a second one. But now the fight is still on. Balmeet is not able to enter, and Chrissy is very low. However, Grissom, that's too far forward. Virtuoso will find the angle to do some damage, and that will be it. Balmeet will clear out Chimey. Even if your breath is bellow, that deer will find the ticks and the damage to make it an ace of 42.
That's the sort of play that I think of when I think of 42. Super aggressive, a lot of risk right there, could have gone horribly wrong. How often we talk about the flanking Tristana, and not just the flanking Tristana that sits on the edge of the fight, that gets into the middle of everybody, but it's JJ, it's 42, they love to go brawl, and they execute that one really well. It was a lot of very, very low health bars, so there was a moment right there where that Call of the Forge God hit onto multiple people from Chimey, where I was very worried for everybody on 42, but they're able to pull through, they're able to execute that fight well enough, and they are just accelerating this game further and further ahead. 10 1,000 gold. It feels like that gold graph at the end is just going to be a shot to the moon, right? It was super level, and then all of a sudden they have just completely taken over this game. And to be honest, the only reason they don't have a Baron yet is because it hasn't even spawned.
And well, but by the time it spawns, like you look at an Ezreal that is that far ahead, 3-0-5, Muramana complete, Kraken Navori for this Tristana, and he definitely got the DPS necessary in addition to that Lilia to just do it in 20 minutes. But they're still given the proper respect. They know that, well, we're still waiting in some key times. We want to complete the second item for the Ezreal. That's done. We got the, not the Hourglass, the arm guard for the Lilia. I don't know why they changed the stopwatch, but hey, look.
Because, of course, an arm guard makes you go golden. Don't you put an arm guard on and then just immediately stop frozen in time?
Oh, so that's what all the Rolex flexes are for. I see.
Exactly. See, I'm glad you get it now. Why would it be a stopwatch? Why would it be an hourglass? That makes no sense. I mean, you're talking crazy right now. Either way, we are going to see 42 step up into the jungle right now. Bash knows that something's up, isn't going to step forwards, although this could be a collapse right here onto Wantage.
Ooh, a Bash got the place and the time to do some damage, but here they are. There you go, Golden. The Rolly will be some help, but not enough to find that kill. Shut down back, maybe a glimmer of hope for fourth wall.
Yeah, I think that could be pretty impactful right here. You do lose your jungler once again. That's the issue with playing Lilia. She's super squishy if you step too far forward, although a lot of pings onto the Baron right now. I could potentially see this one. You've got multiple people chasing onto Virtue, so you know that the jungler is in the bottom side. Are they just going to try... Okay, they're not going to try just steal it away. It would have been super risky without the jungler, but I could see that happening with a Tristana with an Ezreal. You would have gotten through that one pretty quickly.
Yeah, but again, some good amount of respect. I definitely do like the
Grissom.
clear version of the game, because you know what? They might give you something great like that, and Grissom is still gonna go down regardless. That's the amount of DPS that Tristana has, and that's a killing spree that is well deserved from JJ.
Yeah, it was a crazy amount of damage laid down right there. Very, very quick to kill out onto Grissom. And I didn't manage to... Oh, hang on. Virtuoso is going to get shredded here. Doesn't have that much armor at the moment. Oh, flash
okay,
of the
never
wall.
mind. He is gone.
Does he live? Oh, Cassante is a very, very silly champion when he's able to get away in situations like that. But the Baron's going down.
Yeah, here comes the call of the Forge God. The Crystal Arrow's not that far off. They find the Lilia again. Baumif has to run away into the impressive Rexat, who finds a brilliant hook onto Bash. That's the very low health, and the death will come from the Rexat. The Baron as well goes for the side of 42 Gaming. This is their time. This is the feast. And Rexat will find yet another one. Virtuoso denies the triple, but he will still find Charmy. Nevertheless, it is all over now for Fourth Wall. What is your last hope? You were supposed to try to fight that one. You had all the stars aligned, but nothing worked. And even Grissom is just taking a step too far forward and has to respect their presence. But that's an inhibitor confirmed here for Fourth Wall, or for 42.
Yeah, I mean, the death timers are pretty low at the moment. That's kind of the only saving grace right now. You are going to have Bash respawn Vardax in a second as well, so it's not going to be the end of the game right here for Fourth Wall. But 42, they are in such a dominant position, and man, they can't keep getting away with this. That's now 2 fights in a row where they have been so low, where it feels like they should just be losing this one. And instead, they're able to fight this one out. And it's once again the confidence from JJ and just the way that Rexat is weaving through these fights. I think that unfortunately for Chrissy, there's a lot of other people playing this game super well, and they're kind of getting lost in it. But this Ezreal hurts so bad right now. 3 fully completed items at the moment is gonna be in such a strong position, and that poke before you even get into the fights makes it that much harder to play out these team fights for Fourth Wall.
Yeah, and would it be the third time the charm for Fourth Wall, or would it be, as I said, everyone on the third item be the trick here for 4-2? Because look at that damage. That's just the ultimate, nothing on top of it. And Wantage already down to half health. Good Crystal Arrow onto the Lilia, but it does not matter one bit, because Virtuoso was able to buy so much time, and what an ultimate by Rexat. He finds that Recon, snips him away, and Vardax is very low as well. Will it be an angle for Rexat? He's still hunting, he's still looking for something. That's a Tristana down, and maybe a chance with Fourth Wall to slow the onslaught, but it's not stopping. They got the Baron buff, they got the lead. Baumif is looking for Bash, and the Hecarim cannot do anything. He's already fell too far behind. The Nexus doors are being knocked on. Rexat health bar is pretty low, but it does not matter because the Ezreal hurts like a truck, and Bardax, while dodging that one last cube, still has a Cassante to worry about, who is all out and will even find yet more damage. Shimey is down. They're just going for the KD at this point. Everybody's dead. It's a bloodbath in a typical 4-2 fashion, but this time in a dominant 22-7.
Wow, wow, wow. You said it. That is a proper 42 game right there. They will go full pedal to the floor at all times. And if it works, it looks so good. And that game, it worked and it was glorious. You just didn't see a single moment where it felt like Fourth Wall could breathe, where they were able to go, okay, we're going to recollect. Because Rexat was always in the jungle, was just following this Hecarim around. We were super excited to see the Hecarim. Sure, it got a couple of kills early, but it felt like it was never actually able to just get anything going. And the whole rest of the map was able to really feed off of the fact that you were able to have the Lilia in all of your lanes because you weren't worried about where the Hecarim was. Such a well-executed game from everybody. Chrissy didn't even die.
Yeah, and that's definitely gotta pay. We said a lot about Rexat. We said that Kristen has definitely been the silent heavy for the team. But for me, JJ was the linchpin of that. He was always there with Rexat. He always found the angle. And a couple of the key moments where the Hecarim really wanted to cross map that Lilia and try to find something on the opposite side. That mid support combo, not the mid jungle, because the Lilia was just busy aiding whoever was at the opposite side of the Hecarim. It was Rexat and JJ that denied Bash any chance to really get ahead.
Yeah, it was just a crazy game right there. I mean, I love it when 42 managed to pick up wins right there. As Fourth Wall, it felt like the Hecarim could have been good, but unfortunately, when there was a Pyke opposite, you just weren't able to get anything done right there. It's a really tricky place for Fourth Wall to be in. Obviously, we are going to see them again later on today, so hopefully they're going to be able to recollect, come back stronger in that game up against Ruza. But yeah, there's a lot to work on right here for Fourth Wall. Super excited though. If this can be what 42 wins look like, and if they can stack some more of those, they're going to be one of the most interesting teams to watch in this tournament.
Yeah, but they're going to have to make it to the playoffs. They still, of course, got the second round robin to maybe find a chance to be a dark horse and make it to fourth. But for us, we're going to take a quick break. And by the time we're back, we are going to have an interview of one of the winning players of 42 Gaming and see the ecstasy that they have off of that victory. But that will be soon. So stay tuned. We will be right back. Okay, welcome back, everyone. And well, we got one of the winners of the day, whereas of course it's Virtuoso, who was having a banger of the time in the top lane. So first of all, congratulations on the win. But the first question I really want to ask is that what we're supposed to expect from you in the second round, Robin? Like, are you gonna be that dominant? Do you think that playoffs are actually a realistic proposition for you guys?
I mean, yeah, for sure. I think it's top 6 now, right? There's 8 teams. Yeah, so I think we just need to fix up some of the stuff that we do in other officials, and then like transition scrim performance to like official games. I think we kind of did that today, and I think game was really clean and really nice to play. So that's nice to see. Yeah, we had some unfortunate games last couple of times, but I think we're in the zone now, and I think playoffs is definitely like the bottom goal. Want to go more than that, but at least playoffs.
Absolutely. I mean, today's win looked really dominant. Talk me through that top lane matchup a little bit. Obviously, it's not necessarily the most interesting, potentially, Cassante and Ornn, but it seemed like you were having a really good time in that top lane. What were you thinking?
Yeah, I think I was kind of surprised when he picked Ornn into Cassante, because I was blinding Cassante, and I was like, okay, this guy will play Gwen, Camille, he will make my life hard. But then he goes Ornn, which is like, I feel like one of the easiest Cassante matchups, because he can't really punish you early if you play early levels, right? And I like zoned him from some minions early, and then after that I kind of just got perma push. I do think I should not have bought Bamis so early when we played for grubs, because we got 6 grubs, or 5 grubs or something. But I couldn't really hit plates because I had Bamis, right? So if I walk up, I will just take aggro and die. So I think that was a mistake on my part. I should just buy like other components early so I can actually harvest plates. But I think from like spacing and CS, like CS denial, I think I played Lin pretty good. So yeah, I was happy in draft when I saw him looking on.
Yeah. I mean, it looked like it was going really well for you guys. Beyond that, your bot lane was having a really good time of it. Would you be able to talk a little bit about the Pyke? What was the idea behind it? And then how Rexat played it? Because from our perspective, it looked amazing and it made the game really difficult for Fourth Wall to play.
I mean, when Tax was feeling the Pyke angle, then we are all very happy, right? So yeah, he said he was feeling Pyke, and we log in Pyke, and my bot lane claps them 2v2, I guess. And my ADC also solo kills enemy ADC, so I'm happy. Yeah, I don't want to talk too much about when it's Pyke angles for future reference, but yeah, I am happy we went Pyke this game. That's all I will say.
Okay, and finally, well, you've played the entire field right now, and I just want to take your perspective as a top laner. For you, well, where would you put yourself, like up in the tier list of all the top laners in the second division?
So I don't played first official. I was on vacation, so I don't remember who that was that I missed out on playing against. But I think so far I had like 1 or 2 hard lanes, and except for that, I think it was most lanes were not that hard to play. So I would say like top 3 right now, probably, to not be too cocky. I think that's pretty realistic. Yeah, hoping to make it top 2 or top 1, but we'll need to practice because some of the guys are kind of good, but a lot of the guys are not too good. That's all I say. Maybe I'm just a Cassante one trick, and that's boosting me a bit, but we take those.
Yeah, you do take those, and you did take the victory here. So thank you so much for Josel for giving us your time. And again, like, I wish you the best of luck. Hopefully you'll make the playoffs, because today's performance was definitely super impressive. And well, guys, with that, I'm just glad Virtuoso will have his time, and me and Max are gonna be back for the second game of the day, which is the most anticipated game of the day. You're talking about Athena's 4-2 against Unique, who's been running the second division, and we'll see how that goes right after the break. And welcome back, ladies and gents. Well, game one is over. That was a very dominant game, really. One-sided from 42 Gaming. But with this one, I'm pretty sure it's not going to be the same scenario because Daisy Life, out of the teams that are tied for 4 and 2, they're my pick to actually be like the top of these 3 teams. And Unique, well, they've just been running the entire league.
Yeah, I mean, Unique have had a really good time of it. They did lose that one to Garden Gaming, but they came back last week and just destroyed. It looked like they were pretty annoyed, actually, about having lost in that previous matchup. I just had a great time of it. Unique have looked like our best team, the most well-rounded roster, I think, is the best thing that you can say about them. Every single individual player just wins out in their lanes, and then they play really well as a team. They aren't necessarily super far ahead in the early stages of the game, but at some point, about 20 minutes in, they usually just snap their fingers, win a team fight, get a Baron, end the game, and that has happened multiple times with them. I really like the playstyle of the team. That being said, Lazy in Life, they are in that sort of traffic jam we've got at the moment at the 4 and 2 position. They really want to separate themselves out from the rest of the competition, and they've been looking really good recently. I think this could be a proper banger between these two teams.
Yeah, definitely can be. And you know what? I'm one of the people that think, like, when we talk about the 2 teams, that team fighting prowess that Unique has is going to be a very important factor if the game was even. So if I'm on the side of Lazy in Life, I think if I want to win, maybe I want to replicate what 42 Gaming did. I want to find a Tristana, I want to find active support, and then I want to have a team that really wants to skirmish early on. Because if you put them enough of a gold deficit, no matter how good their team fighting is, like there are some situations where they're just gonna have a conceded dragon or 2, and then you're playing for soul. And even if you lose a team fight, if you win the next one, or if at least you clutch the dragon on the soul point, you really secured yourself a win condition. So playing for early game is definitely a real avenue for Daisy.
Really could be, and you don't want to try to go even with Unique. It doesn't seem to work for any of these teams. I think you have to take the fight to them to be able to actually find wins against this squad, so we'll see if that's what they're able to do. I like that you bring up the Tristana, however, I don't know if a team who hasn't lost their bans is going to let the Tristana through. I mean, if you're on the red side, I think at this point it's pretty much a must ban. We saw in the previous game just how strong it can be, but that was piloted uber aggressive. Even if you play the Tristana a little bit more conservative, a little bit further back, you are still going to have a perfectly good time on it, so I wouldn't be surprised to see that one taken off of the board. At the same time, there are still some other pretty dominant mid laners that we could still be seeing. The Hui's been sort of sitting on the edge of a lot of these people's champions pools, but if you can play it, just the range, the slows, the damage that this champion can do, can just completely take over a game.
Yeah, it definitely can, but it falls into that same problematic avenue that Karthus had when he was very first pick in like the ERL tier, and then even in the higher tiers where people were slow to adapt to the team comps and need to play around the Karthus, because Karthus is a win condition for himself. Same thing can be said for the Zyra. She's really oppressive, yes, an excellent amount of terrain control, as you say, but she has very clear-cut weaknesses. And we've seen that if you've watched any ERL, really, Zyra has a terrible win rate because everybody wants to play aggressive with Zyra. They don't want her to like control the field. They just play her as if she's like a brand kind of mate, where he's a combo mate. He can find the kill avenue. He is always looking for the angle to find the stun and the kill, where she's much more like the Karthus. She wants a team to back you up, to prop you up, and then even in the team fights, you want to play around these choke points in the jungle. You don't want to go in, because then if you do that, you don't really buy her enough space to just make all these planned setups, maybe find a 2-man route. The wild growth as well makes things much difficult. If you force the other team to come into you in a Baron pit or a Dragon pit, and the Zyra has laid her R down, it's a death trap.
It really is, but I feel like a lot of these teams have unfortunately been falling into the sort of solo queue mentality with the Zyra, where, the enemy Zyra, she just flash ults you and you die. That's the sort of way that teams have been playing. I do like what you say, though. You need to sit back a little bit more, let these teams come into you instead, because over-aggression, I think, is going to be a pretty bad decision. I think we're also going to have to take a look at the bottom lanes at the moment, because these bot lanes have been really crazy. We saw hyper carries throughout the whole first couple of weeks of this split, and then all of a sudden hyper carries have pretty much disappeared. We're no longer seeing the Aphelios, the Jinx. Instead, we're getting a lot more aggression from this bottom lane. Ashe, that's not the most interesting. I want to see some more Dravens and Kaisers, and they could potentially be coming up in this matchup. I know that both of these ADCs have the ability to pull this one out. I'm not sure if that's going to be what we see the most. Tidebringer, to be honest, has been playing a lot more of the Ezreal and the Seraphine. I don't love it,
It is like, and the mages, like, God forbid.
I know. But maybe Okay, maybe not from Tidebringer. Fine, of course.
Mhm.
But there is the possibility right here that we are going to get something a little bit more aggressive potentially in the bottom side out of Deadhound.
Yeah, well, we might see something aggressive in the game, but for you and me, it's gonna be back to being on the reserves because the same lightning struck twice, and we're gonna have to go on a break for a little bit again. Hopefully, this time it will actually be a real short break, and we'll be right back with you when it's over. So, see you guys soon. Well, back, and Max apparently lightning does strike twice, because that's gonna be a second game in today where a team has to FF all 5 of their bans. And well,
Yep.
you were talking about that champion that shall not be named, and the champion shall not be played either.
Yes, let's go. It is indeed gonna be a ban away from this Seraphine. I'm so glad that it's off of the board. Tidebringer has only played the Seraphine and the Ezreal so far, so we are potentially going to see both of his picks taken away. Obviously, Lazy, they don't get to ban anything right now, so we are once again in a situation where a red team is not going to have a ban for something like the Tristana, something like the Brand, all of these super strong pickups potentially, so it's going to be a really interesting situation. I am very curious as to what Unique are going to think is first pick worthy here.
I mean, it has to be the Tristana. Last time we saw the Lilia, and sure, that was fine. But was she like first pick worthy? No. And the worthiest thing, even like when I saw that, I was like, you're surely gonna get the Hecarim and Tristana. But on the other side, there, like fourth wall, so we don't even want to play the Tristana, which is so weird to me. But
Really
this time, I'm pretty sure it's not gonna happen. Like, I'm pretty sure it's gonna be the Tristana blue one. Like, it has to be, right? Even if not for Dusty, like that Hound can play it.
I mean, the thing is, they are so good, Unique, with the Hui. Like, the Hui, for Deadhound specifically, but Dusty showed he could play it previously, is so strong. Every other team has been banning it away. Now you can't ban it away. I do wonder if potentially it's going to be the Hui first pick, and then you do let the Tristana over. It would be a little bit of a risk, of course, but at the same time, the fact that you're just going to be given the Hui for free, it feels too perfect for Unique, to be honest.
Yeah, but again, it's like that rock and hard place where, you know what, like I'm looking at this, and you know what, the 5 ban thing is definitely gonna be somewhat beneficial to do, because now you get the Tristana, thank God, and on the other side, you have a lot of options. You can definitely take that away. You can take something like the Syndra, which actually, it worked out pretty well in lane. It was just unfortunately for the Syndra, all the domino pieces fell in the side lanes and the jungle and didn't work out. Always another option that is very neutral into the Tristana, has some sustain through the passive, and also has some aid in that pick department, where maybe you can pick the Tristana or the other ADC or the AP jungler, that we're currently just living in the world of AP junglers here.
We really are. There are a lot of AP junglers that are super viable at the moment. We are going to see the RE, though. It is pretty good into the Tristana as long as you're able to hang far enough back. You are very reliant on hitting that charm as one of those big engagers, and Lazy are also going to pick themselves up the Vi. Now, that's a super risky pickup if you fall behind early. I say it all the time. You fall behind early on the Vi, on the Wukong, those kind of picks, you just don't have a nice time. The Vi plus RE, though, is a super mobile combo that you can use to great effect if you can hit those charms. So I don't hate it in this situation. Not going to happen. Instead, it is going to be that Maokai locked in. The Maokai usually going to be in the jungle nowadays, not really expecting it to be in the top lane. Indeed, straight up a hover onto the Cassante there. Wait, no. They're going to go top lane.
I would actually love it. Like, you go Samira Maokai bot lane, and that's the death threat. And you already know what you want to do, but yeah, this is pretty much part of the course. The Kai'Sa is the other ADC that, while we haven't seen in the first game, she is the dominant pick. She has different modes, and the Alistar is a very good disengage, both against the Maokai coming in, against the Kai'Sa using the Killer Instinct, and you can even use that as like a follow-up setup when you got Milkshake there on the Vi and then Pilal onto that Ahri. So a lot of options there, but again, as you said, no more bans for Lazy. They're going to be denied all 5, and that leaves Unique some space to maybe bully the top lane picks a bit.
Yeah, you have so much flexibility right here to be able to ban up whatever you want. You're not worried about having things taken away from yourself either. Although, to be fair, it does throw yourself off a little bit, potentially, having your opponent lose all of the bans. Because a lot of time when teams come into these situations, they go, right, we're going to ban this, but we expect them to take these things off the board, so we don't have to worry about them. We can then take these other picks. So it does throw things off a little bit for the team who doesn't lose the bans, potentially. But yeah, like you said, we are going to see these mid laners locked in right here. We're going to see the ADC at least, and the Kai'Sa has been so strong. If you do pair up with the Maokai, that gives you just a huge amount of early threat and a surprising amount of damage out of the Maokai. The sap lanes feel like they shouldn't do anywhere near as much damage as they do, but oh boy does it hurt. And an early Acathian Rain, if you can get it fully into your target rather than half of it into the minion wave, can be crazy strong.
Yeah, definitely can be crazy strong. And the great thing for the Maokai is that the Maokai actually procs 2 stacks of Plasma if you're going to play them in that support role with both the Twisted Advance and the Q. And then all you need to do is just to find that Acaltian Rain, and that's already a passive ready to be proc. We're not even talking about the missiles, not even talking about a supercharge, but something that we have talked about prior is that Ashe, I'm not a big fan of Ashe into that matchup. While despite I know that the Alistar is a very good counter for some of these aggressive kill lanes that is not an instant kill like the Pike, but at the same time, like the Ashe is a very easy target here, especially with the Nautilus being an option. You can pivot that Maokai to the top lane, you can pivot him to the jungle, and you still got options. And that Nautilus is gonna make things even worse. The Rel is also okay, but I think that Leona Nautilus is definitely the more guaranteed initial engage to use the Maokai as your follow-up.
I quite like the idea of the Rel right there as a little bit of a counter engage potentially for the Vi, but the Leona is still going to be more than good enough, and you can do so much work up against an Ashe. Because you're not as hampered by slows as a Leona, you're going to be sticky kind of no matter what. You can work super effectively there, and you end up in a bit of a stalemate situation up against the Alistar, where you don't really want to be the one that engages first, but as the second engage, you're in a very strong position. K'Sante will be locked in right here, solidifying that Maokai into the jungle, as I was initially expecting. I think the K'Sante just rounds out the top lane super effectively, and we did hear previously how, something more aggressive can make the K'Sante's life that little bit harder, rather than something like an Ornn, so I am expecting a bit more of an aggressive top laner for Strato, and indeed, they're going to take the Camille right here. The Camille with that lockdown can be very effective onto something like the Kai'Sa, but I do worry about it a little bit when there is so much tanky stats on Unique.
Yeah, so many tanky stats and so many people with guaranteed crowd control really as well. Like you got the Maokai, you got the Leona, even the Buster Shot from Tristana is able to deny you the Hextech ultimatum if you're standing off one of the edges of the Pentagon. And then that puts the rest of the team in a very weird place, because honestly, if it was me, I was gonna just mad scientist cook this one up, send the Maokai to the top side, and put the Sylas in the jungle. Because looking at this was a nasty Sylas game where you got 5 ultimates that are just giga busted on that Sylas. But as you said, I feel like this team from Unique is much more stable, and the DPS potential, in addition to the fact that they also have a lot of lockdown in the team fights for a priority target like the Ashe or even like the Ahri, who sure might skid around a bit, but if you're caught by a Shield of Daybreak, that's an auto attack stun. There's no escaping from that shield.
Yeah, exactly. You could end up in a situation where you get a little bit too aggressive. Perhaps you think you're going to be able to escape. Once you get locked down by that first initial bit of CC, there is a lot of follow-up on Unique. They've drafted themselves a very standard composition right here. They are a little bit lacking in terms of the AP. You're kind of reliant on those saplings out of the Maokai. The little bit of AP that a Kai'Sa can do as well. It's not the end of the world. I don't think they're going to matter too much, specifically because Lazy, they really don't have the tanky stats on their team at all. The Camille doesn't really want to build too many resistances, nor does the Vi. The Alistar's the only one, but he's obviously going to be pretty far behind in items, so I don't think you mind too much being leaning quite heavily into that AD, and you've got so much setup. You're going to be able to move around these team fights pretty easily, I think, as this Kai'Sa or this Tristana, because of how much CC and how much space you're going to be bought by the Leona specifically, but by everybody else on this team. And sure, you do have some hard engage on Lazy, but you are putting yourself in a very risky position to go flying in to try to kill this Tristana or this Kai'Sa.
And well, that's what we're gonna see, because we're just gonna jump straight into the game right here, right now, and it's all gonna come down to, can they execute that game plan? Can Unique get through to the point where they are okay in lane? And well, we got a new friend. This time it was a snail, but it was not long-lived, unfortunately.
There's 2.
There's another one.
There's the second one. I love all of these little cinematic intros. Isn't the Rift gorgeous? Before we watch these champions, come on in and beat each other to death. We'll have to see what the starting paths are going to be for either of these junglers. Maokai in the jungle is not something we've seen for a little while. It's sort of fallen off in priority. A couple of seasons ago, it was the thing. It was super strong. At this point, still does pretty well for itself, but you're not going to be quite as effective. I would expect some decent amount of tankiness coming out from this Banasty build. And we've got a pretty standard 5-point stance out of both of these teams right here. They're not looking to get too excitable during the early stages. And so we take a look at overall these matchups. Mid lane could have some solo kills, same with top lane, but I think my eyes are just drawn to the bottom lane, right?
Yeah, my eyes as well. And you know what? From Deadhound, I really understand that fleet. While it's definitely a much lower damage ceiling in comparison to that press of the attack that we're so used to seeing.
Mm.
But without that sustain, you're pretty much going to be bullied out of the lane. The Ashe wins super hard in that auto attack trade and that war of attrition, and the Leona can't really do as much because Leona's an all-in champion, so touch is gonna also be a bit restrained. And with the healing coming in from the Alistar, you want to match up somewhat their sustain. But at the same time, by the time Milkshake and Bananasty can make it towards that boss side, it can certainly be explosive, but with just how much forward. Oh no. Oh no. Are we actually gonna start with the bell? Really?
Oh, I love that skin. That pink chroma on the Mukau Alistar is the one I used to play all the time when I used to play this champion. I absolutely love it. I think it's one of the best skins in the game, to be honest. And I do love that bell. It's just the perfect level of troll without being too much, you know.
You know, it is, but I'm scared if you're gonna use it level 1 just as the game starts. Like, how many more times you are going to use it early? And you know what? It's still pretty okay. Like, that Hound is fine for the first wave. He found it 2 CS down, but that's pretty much okay. You know, you got your CS, you kept yourself healthy, and other than that, like, everything is definitely, you know, looking good for Unique. No early mishaps, which is the important thing for that bot lane.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you're up against a composition that scales really well. Yours also does pretty well into the later stages, but I would be a little bit hesitant to try to go that late toe-to-toe up against a Tristana, up against something like the Cassante, who just gets so tanky it's almost impossible to deal with him later on. And so you want to have your early game be chill, and then try to make it explosive pretty early on. I mean, you've got yourself a Vi, right? So the Vi needs to get kills as early as possible. If you begin to fall behind on this champion, it really just doesn't give you anywhere near as much as the Maokai is. The Maokai is always going to be able to give you a little bit more than that Vi would once you've fallen behind. But if you're ahead, you can be such a massive threat to the Tristana or to that Kai, so you can make sure that they're not able to just sit and hit in these team fights. They're always having to be very respectful of you. Obviously, during the early stages, we're expecting Milkshake to just head through, have a full clear, and then potentially go gank. Although, with how far up the bot lane is pushed right now of Deadhound and Touch, maybe they were pathing down there potentially. So Banasty, though, is going to spot out and going to step up here.
Yeah, on the blue, but Milkshake can Fireball, actually really close. Touch has to walk in just to escort the Maokai out, but they have to be careful because the Alistar have some lockdown, but they just proceed to not do anything with it, and that's some time stall, and that's definitely good for the two teams because on the side of the mid lane for Unique, you want your Tristana to have the push. She definitely could have helped if you proceeded to that fight, but just by the nature of Pibble being there first, you don't want to do that, but they do it again, and that's the Tristana that we talked about. They got the prio, and now she's fighting for the blue in a 2v3. Now that Slim is also there.
Bot lanes are moving right here. Flash, engage.
Oh, and they find the angle. No Zenith on the opposite side. That Hound is looking for the angle, but NLC flashes, but so does the Vi. And that's going to be the first blood coming in for the West side. Trade coming in. Lazy will lose their jungler as well, but Dusty's caught in the angle. Charm on the Leona. Doesn't matter that much, but for that Hound, despite getting that stack, not enough. Leona finds the kill, but she's long, but not long for this world, as she will go down, trying to at least deny that kill from the Ashe. And it will not be because Tidebringer is going to find 2 on the Ashe. And that's going to be a nightmare situation for that Hound.
Yeah, that's really not what you wanted out of this early game right here. I think Banasty was just a little bit too aggressive. I get the idea. Your Tristana has the push in mid lane. Fine. Your bot lane have the push as well. So they are going to be able to rotate first. Your carries are going to get there quicker. But you don't have that much damage at this point in the game. There's a lot of lockdown that you're going to have from your opponents. In an early skirmish, I'd always take the Vi over the Maokai. And overall, it's just a little bit of an odd decision right there from Banasty. It ends up giving over 2 kills to the Ashe, like you said. However, Tidebringer hasn't been able to go back to base. So right now is going to be a lot weaker than Deadhound, who has managed to get back, has that longsword and the dagger. But I think more than that, Milkshake now has that triple longsword in the inventory. Is going to be in such a strong position to now invade Banasty and just try to make their life as miserable as possible. Really punish that attempted steal of the blue buff.
Yeah,
I think the blue buff ended up.
I think it ended up on Dusty, if I'm not mistaken. He has double buffs in mid lane, which can definitely make the game hard for Pibble, especially since Dusty do have that exhaust. So an all-in Tristana is more scary, but at the same time, you know, we didn't talk about that at the game start, but Tristana that at DP, something that we don't really see every day.
Yeah, instead going for that super aggressive summon in that exhaust. Could potentially also use it defensively if you get jumped on by either Strato or Milkshake. I can get the idea behind it. Another aggressive play coming through out of Banasty is trying to just make this early game go as quickly as possible, it feels like, on this Maokai. Ends up picking up the Drake for the team, and because the grubs haven't spawned yet, this is a pre-6 minute take. You're not going to have that response. Archfiend is going to get ganked right here, though. Does have Flash.
And have a Pathmaker as well, so I don't think the Flash is needed. And yeah, not even the Pathmaker is needed. He's able to just dash out of harm's way. Yeah, and you know what? That happens once we've seen what happened there in the bot side.
Yeah.
They fought, they pushed, and after that, first thing that Milkshake did was that war that we see on the minimap next to the Raptors. So he wasted a lot of time. Fortunately for him, he's going to have the push on their team, at least on the top side, to go for those grubs uncontested, because while Dusty can get there, they know that Maokai has a lot of catch-up to make to actually even be able to be on even footing with Milkshake. And even then, as he said, I would also favor the line on one-on-one. So it's a perfect place for Milkshake to go those grubs for free. And maybe, you know, for Banasty, the only other option you have is just to try to full clear into bot lane and try to aid again your boss side here and maybe get Dead Hound with a bit of a lead.
Dusty is pushing forward very far right here. Did also use that rocket jump, so could potentially be getting ganked right now.
Oh, the angle is there. The
Charm lands.
Charm and all of it lands. No chance to use the exhaust. The Buster Shot will not be enough. With Dusty with the flash down, he's going to be a very easy target for the next 3 or 4 minutes at least.
Yeah, that Relentless Force, plus once you've got that 3 sec on the denting blows, just does so much damage all of a sudden out of Milkshake. It's just able to pop right there onto Dusty. It was a nice land of the charm. Though this is an interesting step forwards here out of Touch.
Yeah, and that's what I was talking about. The Shield of Daybreak. No way you can escape that, and Tidebringer is really low. Banasty's trying to space that one out, and they got the heal. They got the plant, but not the kill. No level 6 in Unique, and I feel like this is a very odd timing for the two teams to fight. But given the fact that Lazy has the gold advantage in their backpacks, not just in their inventories, or like in their reserves, rather, it was an odd fight for Unique to take, but it was definitely close. You know, if there wasn't backup, I would have actually favored them there in that 2v2.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like it was going pretty well, actually, for them off of that very aggressive early start. Usually, you don't want to be the one to make the engage happen in these engage support matchups, but instead, seems like Touch had found the angle. I really do like Touch as a player. Got to watch them quite a lot early on in their fourth wall playing days, and I just really think that they are a super solid player. Still, things are a little bit odd, and because you were able to actually get back to base as Tidebringer, you've now able to cash in that 2-kill advantage of the axe already, so is dealing a ton of damage. But there is a pretty big CS lead right now for Deadhound, and that's kind of the story right now. Across most of these lanes, Unique have got themselves a little bit of an advantage, and it's sort of making up for the kills that they're down.
Yeah, it definitely is, but at least for the objective sense, they got the Mountain Dragon, which is very effective early on because, you know, that small increments of armor and MR early on actually add much more of a percentage of damage reduction in comparison to the higher values. But yet again, Dusty not having the best of approaches with the rocket jumps. He jumps, but always in the embrace of pivot, and he's having an easier time. And you know, you were speaking of Touch. My time with Touch was when he was in that Venom Crest roster, and he definitely didn't get his flowers, because I understand, like, if you're watching that Venom Crest, super dominant, you look at Milishka, you look at Wolski at that team, like, that mid jungle was devastating. But I feel like that actually made things feel a little bit lost on Touch, who just got lost in the mix, but he was very good at his job, and he still shows that again. Very aware of his presence, of his limits as the Leona, and he's always doing the best that he can out of this. But you can't really ask much more of a Leona in the 2 or 3 fights that they've had so far.
Absolutely. I mean, I just really like this player. I'm glad that we're in agreement on that one. I hope he's able to ball out in this game right here. See, Strato up in the top lane has a real lack of mana right now, and he pushed in pretty aggressively. Unlikely to die. I don't really think the Archfiend is going to look... Oh, hang on.
Okay, they actually might, but the damage on Milkshake is good, but Dusty, though, is super low in health, and despite finding the Buster Shot, even the jump, the flash is there from both players. Pibble gonna secure that one,
He
and
go.
Touch is just left for stranded. No way to be around. He's played with by Sim.
Wait,
He finds the space
wait.
to flash. Tidebringer will find one more auto attack, but that leaves some space. The ultimate for Sim, though, is still there. It's a continuous fight, but Lazy has more ultimates to find, and despite losing all 5 bans, they are just running ahead with this game and running away.
They really are. This mid lane, this bot lane are just in such strong positions right now, and it's come from over-aggression out of Unique multiple times. Trying to get super aggressive in the jungle, trying to get aggressive here. Deadhound is able to step back away from Sim, otherwise that would have been one dead Kai'Sa. There was a lurking milkshake in the background. With all of that vision setup that came from that fight, Lazy look like they're also going to be able to pick themselves up the next Drake as well. And what a strong position to be in. 3-0-4, 3-0-1 right here for Lazy. And I feel like Unique just need to chill out a little bit. Their composition works well late on, but you need those items. And right now, they're just giving away kills, giving away gold. And it's getting to be a pretty dicey situation. Having that Malignance already completed.
Yeah, well, he's gonna have to react for that for now, because Touch, again, in a bit of the harm's way, but with them finding that angle, great W from Maokai. They find all the spacing necessary, and Deadhound, he had that eating farm, now he got the shout down, now he got the double. Touch died for the troubles, but it's very worth it for Unique.
Yeah, you're going to be more than happy with that as Touch, you know, giving away your life as a support for 2 kills onto your ADC. More than worth it, and getting those 2 onto the ADC specifically is going to be huge. That being said, Deadhound is going to get jumped on right here, needs to dodge the charm, flashes away from it. What a flash!
What an angle. Oh, look at Bananas finding that kill. Even if you kill the Kai'Sa now, it's far a little too late, Milkshake. You're caught between everyone, and while you might have the Thunder Sky, you might have the damage, there's no way that he's going to get the kill, and that will be the case. One more auto attack is enough. The jump and the auto from Dusty to leave some dust in Milkshake's cannons.
Oh, I absolutely love those sidesteps out of Deadhound right there. That was just mechanically clean. You're not going to be able to survive both the Ahri and the Vi in that situation. It's just not going to happen, but being able to bait away and then flash across to avoid getting charmed is beautiful, and it gets those 2 kills over for your team. And all of a sudden, Unique, you know, they were looking pretty rough, and now they've managed to get 2 kills onto some of the main carries. No shutdowns at that point, so they're not going to get quite as big a swing and gold. But still, going to be feeling good about that one, and that does also lead to first completed items for everybody on Unique that really needs them right now. Dusty, Deadhound, they've got these items, so they're not as far behind their opponents as they would have been previously.
Yeah, well, this gap really close. Static shift first here for the Kai'Sa. We usually used to seeing that Kraken being the first item, but that just relays that they really aren't expecting a lot of early skirmish, at least super early on the one item. Maybe in the 2 items,
yeah,
that's when the Kai'Sa is going to come online. You get 2 evolutions in your E and your Q, and you can start reining in that damage. That's the time that they want to fight. But so far, yeah, you can definitely see their intentions. They want to keep getting Dusty and Deadhound ahead, and they're having a lot of focus on the boss side, but with the Spirit Rush not being present for the Ahri, she is dead to rights, and that will be just the case. Even with the tower, they're finding that ultimate. Deadhound wasn't the one that had the aggro, so it was a very easy escape for him.
Yeah, indeed. That Enchanted Crystal Arrow could have been scary. Sim is going pretty low. Obviously, Alistair is still going to be pretty tanky. Has that Unbreakable Will too. It's not going to be under too much threat. The response will be a lot of plates taken off of this mid lane. Turret plating falling in just a couple of seconds time. We can see just how much gold has gone over. That's a full turret worth of plates going over to Deadhound and Dusty right here. That's going to put them in a very good position. And this is the thing about Unique, right? You can beat them out early on, you can find some good plays, but this team just team fights better than you do. They just know how to play around each other that much better. And so giving over these couple of kills, not being a just gigantic gap ahead of them once you get to that team fighting situation, always makes me a little bit nervous for a team. Still, Lazy are no slouches. Yeah. They've done well for themselves. They've gotten kills onto their main carries. So I think they could be happy with this early game. They just cannot let it up. They cannot let their foot off of the gas because Unique will punish you.
Yeah, well, while we're having all that hectic action in 14.5 minutes, we got 2-0-0-0 top laners just chilling around, you know. They're just vibing. Yeah. It's like they're literally on their island.
They have the same CS as well. I mean, obviously, a ton more turret plates went over to Strato, so there is a little bit of a gap there. But yeah, these top laners have just been chilling, and to be fair, it's once we get to these team fights that we're really expecting these guys to be stepping up. Milkshake gonna go for a steal?
Milkshake, that's a little risky, but even Sim being there is going to deny a lot of the movement. Banana good flash. Now you've got the Vi in too deep. Now you got the TP, but here comes the hook shot. The ultimatum might be in, and it will be there on Hound. He got the exhaust, but not the kill necessary. They will find it, but Hound will still go down. And that means that they have to go back. Their main source of DPS is out, but they went 2 for 1 in that fight.
Yeah, they're going to be happy enough with that one. That was a full commit right there out of Lazy. Also going to lose a mid lane tower. That makes things a lot more even. You get the Herald, so you will be able to at least respond a tower. Interesting to see where that one ends up going. Banasty does have it, so can put this one into sort of whichever one of the lanes he's really looking for. Crazy fights we're having right now. We have way more than a kill a minute right now. 19 kills. Just 16 minutes into this game, and we've got another Drake spawning very soon. Sim is going to have his base interrupted. Now, it doesn't seem that huge on the face of it, but with the Drake spawning very soon, you're going to be stopping Sim from going back to base, spending any gold, and restocking on the wards, which could have a pretty big impact.
Yeah, no ultimate on the other star either, so with no wards as well, you can't really go in. Even if you do have the flash, even if you do have the setup, you're going to be very squishy off of that, and that means Unique, as you've said, they found their way. They've really been first to the Herald, now they're first to the Dragon. With them interrupting that call, they just staggered the momentum of the other team, and Lazy, at least they're doing something. So you know what, silver lining for them is that they found 2 turrets, but as he said, with the Herald, it's going to be very easy to open up that mid tier 1, and then you have more avenues in both sides of the jungle with that mid turret going down.
I mean, it's just going to give you that next level set of gold, and I really feel for Lazy right here. They had a really solid early game. They put themselves in such a strong position, and I was like, oh, a Unique kind of on the ropes. Do they not quite know what to do in this game? But it feels like Unique were just like, it's fine. The early game went a little bit wrong, but we're just going to beat you. And it's happened multiple times now, where they've just gotten a couple more kills from every team fight. They're not wiping the floor with Lazy. Lazy are too good of a team for that, but they are just making it super difficult for Lazy to be able to actually keep up the pressure that they had originally. Now, there are no objectives for a little bit. You know, we've got a while until the Baron spawns. The Drake was just taken. So it's in these moments where there's no specific objectives to go play around that I'm really looking at Lazy and what do they do? What do they do to try to keep themselves in a good spot? Because I don't want this team to go super late. I don't think they win it if it goes super late. I think they need to find another set of kills now and sort of accelerate the pace of this game.
Yeah, the real problem is, as he said, not a whole lot to play for, so Unique aren't really stepping up. The only person that's really in an aggressive position is Dusty, but even then, he had Banana with them really close, and the pink ward as well, meaning that they know that nobody's close. They also got the support in case somebody is, and for that, you know, in a greater scheme of things, I feel like Lazy's been the reactive team, and Unique has always been the proactive. They know what they're doing, and the intent behind their play has been the most impressive thing for me, is the fact that, you know, you got their Tristana top, you pressure them super hard, that they need to put the Vi. They cannot put the Camille, because the Camille doesn't have, the Ahri rather, not the Vi, in the top side, because you know that they don't have the wave clear. And now you back off, and you know that Pipple has TP, and you don't really want to be in a spot where Pipple can TP and actually collapse on your team. So you back off, and you go for it again. With still no objectives, you still got a few minutes until either the Baron or what is, I believe, a Chemtic Dragon here that's coming up next.
Indeed. I mean, I really like
it's
this
an ocean.
Drake.
No, it's not that.
Yeah,
I don't
the
know.
ocean.
There's something with my head where I see the ocean icon and it looks super weird, so I'm like, it's not the ocean, right?
It's not the ocean. Yeah, no, unfortunately, it's just going to be the ocean Drake. I really like this Drake for these comps, as Banasty is going to just go in here. This is a very aggressive play. Does have the support, though.
Ooh, the charm! It lands on Dusty, and that means the Milkshake is going all in for that kill. Exhaust is still on cooldown, mind you, but Dusty is going to find that kill. The retreat is coming in, though, and that's too many members from Lazy. The TP might be a bit too late because Touch is also going to go down, and you walk into the ultimatum, and the question will be answered with a triple. How much can Cassante do? You got multiple members with low bars, but he's going to be kited. He's going to be spaced out, and Stat Bro is just the perfect counter. True damage, and a hook shot, and a shield, and everything that you might ever need to do with a Cassante has come in from that Camille. Despite that, the Cassante, he's been living. He's making it hard for Sardo, but yeah, it's over. The all-out duration has run out. That means Lazy run away with that fight.
And they get loads of kills right there, and that is what we were looking for. Another couple of kills onto Pieball. Milkshake went all in, trying everything possible to try to get the kill right there onto Dusty. It doesn't happen. for Milkshake, but Pieball is able to pick up that kill, and that's really the start of that fight. Once you've killed either Dusty or Deadhound, it's so tricky for the rest of these guys to be able to play out this fight, and it was just an unfortunate sort of timing situation right there. Milkshake is going to get engaged on here, has friends again. He's just going to get away, although is this now going to be the re-engage? Yes, it is.
Yeah, Crystal Arrow coming out, Touch again, dying super soon. This time Pibble not able to find the charm nor the angle of the Spirit Rush, and both of them are used, but that is still a kill for Lazy, and they can definitely pivot the Baron if they want to.
Yeah, they could try pressure onto that one. They've also only got 48 seconds onto the next Drake, so you could go set up around that Drake pit. Make sure that you're going to be in a good spot to try to fight around this one. I think the problem Unique are running into right now is that they need to fight with their Cassante. This is a 2-item Cassante, and once you've got yourself that glove, you know, you're just so strong. The slows that come through out of that, the amount of damage you can also get through as well from that Sunfire is kind of insane. And so without the Cassante, you're missing out on so much of your damage, so much of the tankiness that you want to play around.
Absolutely. And well, you know what? Speaking of the problems that Unique had, we were talking about they don't really have a lot of AP. And that's why we see that blasting one coming in from Deadhound and makes all the sense in the world. You're going to have that W evolution there with the Nashor's Tooth. And that means you get at least some AP damage, some scouting potential. And while it's not like the now infamous AP build that we're seeing the people pivot to, the one that has the Man Immune and the Crypt Bloom and all that, but it still is sufficient AP damage to be threatening, to the point that you actually might consider buying an MR item.
Yeah.
For that AP damage. But, well, Unique, again, first on the objective, and despite Lazy finding that pick, they are going to have to collapse in on them, and they're looking for the angle. The Crystal Arrow is good, but the Dragon is too late. Milkshake is 1v5 in that spot. He's going to be melted. The second kill to Hound as well. The Praise are coming in, but that Hound has not been caught. The Kaisa are still in that fight, and that is going to be a triple for that Hound.
Yeah, Strato just going to have to use that hookshot to try to dive away, and that's going to be a huge play right there from Unique. They're not satisfied with 3 kills and the Drake, though. They're going to be heading on straight towards this Baron. We've only got 3 members around it, but Deadhound does have more than enough damage to take. This won't be the quickest without Dusty in the area. Those two are just going to be stopping the mid lane push, though, and you're just going to be able to take this one down. Milkshake's not even going to be alive for another 6 seconds. Nice and easy on this Baron take. And this was what I was talking about for Unique. Without your Cassante, it's really tricky to play these fights, but in a situation where Lazy tried to engage onto you, you're able to take down Milkshake first, rather than allowing Milkshake to go in onto Dusty or Deadhound. These team fights are much, much easier for them. It's a really nice front-to-back composition out of Unique, and when they're not split up, when they're not fighting one by one, that is the power of this composition, and we saw it there. That's going to be a huge swing in favor for Unique. What can they do with this Baron buff, though? They need to get a couple of these inner towers down to make it worth it.
Yeah, and they've got their eyes on that. That's why I've seen both the Tristana and the Kaisa there. Just on that bot side, probably going to push that one out. He might want to leave the Cassante on the top side, despite having that Camille. She's not ready at that point where she's super hard countering the Cassante. He can still stand his ground for a little bit, just escort those waves that are coming in. But they elect to pull all of their attention, as you exactly said, on that 5-man play. Cassante is never too far away, and even in case the Unleashed Teleport is ready for them, and bot lane is the place that they have their eyes upon. And with 280 carries and Baron empowered minions, it's just going to be a breeze for them.
Yeah, indeed. They're just going to shred through the towers in front of them right here. Dusty Deadhound melting through whatever is in front. Now they're going to be able to transition on over to this mid lane. Try to take out this mid lane tier 2. The wave does die, so that is going to stall out this push just a little bit. Tidebringer doing everything that he can right now to try to melt through these waves, try to give Lazy a chance to keep up in this fight. And actually, Strato on the split push going to pick up a tier 2 tower. This pressure that he's putting down is going to force a decision out of Unique, and Unique decide they just want to keep on pushing forward.
Yeah, they pushed on, got the tier 2 for the recall there from the Cassante, and since the Crystal Arrow didn't really get anything, that was supposed to be Lazy's avenue into actually finding a kill back on the retreat. But now they lost their engage. They are still trying to fight their retreating enemy line. But Unique, they will get out unscathed. And actually, they will start to scathe Fable. Yeah, I feel like that's pretty much like Unique again. And it always comes back to this one keyword for me. It has to be intent. And, you know, we've seen that also in a dragon fight. Like, Milkshake, he was kind of between 2 minds. Do I want to go for the dragon and actually try to steal it in the last whole point? Or do you play your role as the Vi and just concede that soul point and look for that ultimate onto that Hound or Dusty? And I feel like since he went for the former rather than the latter, that's why you've seen both Dusty and that Hound pop off. And we're going to need to see a lot more focus on Lazy because they need to have a pristine target selection, and they will need to have everybody on the same page of who's going on the Tristana and who's going on the Kaiser. Because if only even one of them is let loose, that fight is going to be much more difficult. But, well, you know, I thought we were going to have a fight, but I think it's still going to be a thing because they got one player caught off on the angle. That Hound is going to be caught by the ultimatum, but he got the instinct for him. He got Dusty on the backup, but Dusty as well should have been caught by that knockup, but they found the space. Dutch is there, Archfiend on the other side.
Oh, it's so
still
split.
looking for an angle on Tidebringer, but they've got the timing, they got the crystal arrow, and Lazy will clean up house.
It's another one of those fights where Unique, they're just not all together. That's really surprising out of this team. Being together has sort of been their MO, but in this situation, don't all go together. You end up with Deadhound split on the side, alone with Strato, and Strato's going to take that every day of the week. Going to be able to pick up that kill nice and easily, even through that ultimate out of Deadhound. It's not going to be enough, and despite the fact that this Kaiser right now is 3 items, got an arm guard as well to just try to survive, isn't able to sit and do damage. That's the difference between these team fights. When the carries are being harassed by Milkshake and Strato, you win these fights every time as Lazy, but Unique, when they're able to properly protect these guys, it goes in their favor. It's so on a knife's edge right now, despite the fact it felt like Unique were in a strong position. They're actually 1,000 gold behind at this point.
And it comes down to that Camille who is still there in that top side.
Yeah.
She already found a tier 2. She's even knocked on an inhibitor because remember, not only the tier 2, she even knocked down the inhibitor turret.
Yeah.
So if Archfiend isn't there to match her, it's going to be a very tough time for the Cassante. And now they got to be very mindful because as he said, you don't have the Cassante, you don't have the early engage. Milkshake might actually just decide to say, you know what, I'm going to go in and I still have my ultimate. And they already got the space. They still got the crystal arrow. They're going to start that one, and they really want to deny the soul point at any cost.
It's going down pretty fast. Where's the engage?
Well, here it comes, but the dragon will still be confirmed towards the side of Lazy. They got themselves on Deadhound again. It's a take 2, but this time Archfiend actually reaches the back line, does considerable damage, but is still kited out. Strato's gonna do his job. Dusty, however, is gonna have some leeway to play the match for a little while. And you know what that means. 2. They're gonna get that one. They're indeed gonna get that 2. And they still got 2 more to cash on the big retreat on the back end. That's why we're seeing Pibble trying to save them in any way, shape, or form. But Touch has gone alone with that teammates. Maybe it wasn't called. Now he's pretty low. Now they have to be careful because they might be collapsed on. But Dusty has bought themselves a space. The flash in from Tidebringer couldn't have been any better. They found the shot down and back-to-back fights from Lazy.
That's Lazy showing what they can do. They had a great early game. Things felt a little bit iffy for a while in the middle game, but this has been so nice. Multiple split fights out of Unique where they're not able to protect their carries. It's Strato, it's Milkshake, they're into the back line, and every time Deadhound dies, it feels like Dusty just isn't quite able to space well enough on this Tristana to make it work once everything's been blown onto this Kaiser. And that's another tower going to fall in the favor of Lazy. They extend their gold lead to 3,000. And they managed to pick up the Drake in amongst all of that fighting. So they've denied the Soul. And Ocean Soul could have been huge. There are many tanky members of Unique who could have made great use of that one. And at this point, once you've got this many items on all of your carries for Lazy, oh, it feels pretty risky right now for Unique.
Yeah, you know what, and I just gotta say, like, those Cassante nerves are definitely paying dividends right now.
Yeah.
The fact that Cassante was not able to stick on the back line was more than enough for both Tidebringer and Pibble on that end to actually kite out the Cassante, find the space, play their way around. And now it's another time for Unique. It's another one of those where, like, how are you going to use the Cassante? That definitely has been the point of contention.
Yeah.
When he's just been a pure meat shield and nothing else, they've been successful. But every time we try to play Cassante the Cassante way, where he's supposed to be a tank flanker, you always lose because they don't have the front line. And now they're trying to switch it up. They're keeping Archfiend at an arm's length, and maybe that's what they need to actually win that Baron fight.
They need to play slower front to back, stay together, because the second that they get split up, that's the point at which Deadhound gets jumped. Has died 6 times in this game. You never want your ADC with that many deaths. It's just been so tricky to play out, and now you don't even have that arm guard, so you're going to be even closer to death at all times. Luckily, the Enchanted Crystal Arrow is going to go wide. We can see a lot of pings around the Baron. Milkshake caught.
Oh, and they burst down Milkshake. That's the that's the main lockdown. What a big engage from Sim. But the main problem is everybody's hitting on the front line. Everybody's on Bananasty, and he's so damn tanky. They can't clear him out in time. Strato even can find the ultimate. The charm misses, and that means that's all over for Ari. A big shut down, and Deadhound finally gets the light of day, and he will make it work with 4 kills for Unique.
Well, it's going to be a Baron going over to Unique, their second of the game. Strato going to push through the mid lane to at least draw Archfiend away. Not going to matter. It's no deaths over to Unique. And what a fight that was. It was just such a great catch right there onto Milkshake. And that's the power of the lockdown 6cc between Banasty and Touch. You just don't get to move if you step out of position. Once the jungler's dead, once the Vi's dead, it makes it that much easier to step towards Baron. They don't even care about that though. Without the Vi, you don't have that ultimate. You don't have the threat onto Deadhound, and you're actually able to just sit and do the damage. Banasty tanked up so much. Sim went in, tried to save his jungler, and ends up in no man's land. And at the end of the day, Unique showing why they are our top team, put themselves back into the gold lead. This one still feels on a knife's edge, but Unique, there's just something about this team, you can never count them out.
Yeah, it's still a fine margin for error, really, because if they lose, yet again, if they also lose one more of their carries in that fight, it's going to be so difficult. Fortunately for them, and I feel like that's why Unique are so confident in that fight, Dust is almost done with the exhaust. The flash is going to be there in around a minute or so. They got the Buster Shot, they got the cleanse on Deadhound, and they got everything that they want, maybe outside of the Leona flash, but that's not really the biggest of losses. The main fact is that they got all the defensive summoners they need to win that soul fight, and that's why they're walking up so confidently, and that's why also Lazy are trying to give them as much space as they can, because now they will try to approach bit by bit, trying to pick off anyone, because that's their only hope in that fight.
Indeed, Strato being in the top lane right now alongside Archfiend. Both these guys do have themselves... Wow, that's a big flank. They do have the teleports. We're going to see when those get blown, as we're going to see both of these teams sort of step to the opposite sides. They have swapped positions right now. Drake is up. Can you get yourself that soul point right now as Unique? Where are the TPs going to come through as well?
Oh, they found Sim. The dragon is hidden, and they know that the Alistar is there. That means that they will need to go in, but that means that they got their 2 melee stuck really much in the pit, dead and trapped. On the other side, the Camille, she's supposed to be the counter, but Archfiend, he is a monster indeed. And now they're looking at that fight. TP coming in, Pippa looking for the angle, but the Tristana and the Kaisa have been unleashed. The Hounds are in, and Unique prove that they will clutch themselves out from the depths of hell.
Yeah, Unique. They made it harder for themselves than it needed to be, but in the end, it's always gonna come up for them. What a fight that was, and it all comes from Archfiend winning in the top lane. Strato decides not to join with his team, instead pushing towards the top side, trying to get an inhibitor and draw members away, but losing out in that 1v1 is devastating, and Lazy, they made a good shot of it, but they're going to lose. Unique going to move to 6-1, showing that that loss to Garden Gaming was a fluke on the Unique dominance train.
Yeah, I would definitely not say that this was a dominant win in itself, but, you know, the consistency and the mental fortitude from Unique is something else. And I feel like that's the main thing that we have to just give all the credits here for. Because Lazy, they walked in with a very good plan. They applied it multiple times. And while some other teams might have just crumbled under the pressure or started to misplay or started to greed out a bit more, they were very patient with their play. They might have made a few mistakes, and that gave Lazy a time to actually make this game this close. But it was just a single mistake from the side of Lazy at the end of the day that spiraled all of this. You know, the vibe being caught out there by the Raptors and the Red Side Jungle. If that didn't happen, we actually might have seen Lazy being our winners today.
Could well have been, and what a win that would have been. Unfortunate for Lazy, they're not going to move up from that 4-win position. They're still in that mall of teams that we've seen. See later on today with Garden Gaming if they're going to be the ones to step themselves up and try to keep chasing Unique in terms of those wins. But what a crazy one that was. There were so many great plays back and forth, and there was so much that was tried out of Strato to get into the backline. You know, there was so much done out of everybody, basically, to try to win this game. And unfortunately, the way Unique team fight is just better sometimes, but that wasn't the case the whole time, at least. Lazy in Life showed us ways... Yeah, but Lazy in Life found great fights. They found some great team fights, but Unique, there's just something different about these guys.
Yeah, the fortitude is there. I feel like a lot of these players definitely have a lot to, like, actually show off to people. You know, somebody like Deadhound was with Venom Crest in the summer split. Now he's back in the second division. He just want to say that, hey, I got the caliber. Same can be said for Touch. Everybody's trying their way, but as he said, despite Pibbles and Sato's best attempts, they were not enough. And well, Unique, they scalp yet another head, and we will have them right after this break with yet another interview. So stay tuned. Ladies and gents, welcome back. And well, Unique, they've clutched their way out of that one. We got their coach here, Boris, that is joining us for today. So, you know what? First of all, congratulations on the win. And the main thing that I actually want to take away from your expertise now as a coach is that after that game, that was a very back and forth affair. What are your takeaways for the next few weeks?
Well, first of all, thank you for wishing us the best. I think for our next week and for the practice in general, I think we have to work a little bit more on our macro execution. The team's been performing really well, individually, but we just have to step it up a little bit with the consistency. The guys have been showing really good interest into improving, learning, and I just really love the guys.
I mean, it's been looking super good. Before we jump into what actually happened in this game, something I would like to ask about from a coaching perspective is, what does it change when your opponents lose all of their bans? Because we've now had 2 games in a row where one of the teams has lost all their bans. What does it change from your side?
Well, when you look at it like from a perspective of losing bans, well, first of all, when you're draft prepping, you think about some champions being banned, right? Now, when everything is open, you have to like step it up a little bit differently, and you have to, like more of the OP champions are going to be open, and there's like a lot of adaptation to actually do because now you don't know what to expect because there's like 5 more champions more open than it's supposed to be. So it's kind of a problem, but it's also kind of good in the same way. For blue pick, I think for our first few picks, it's actually really good. But like in general, it's kind of strange situation. But it hasn't been our first time that we're going through this.
Absolutely, and you guys clearly knew what you were doing, managed to grab a composition that you liked. Those team fights, you talked about you needed a little bit cleaner execution
Yeah.
from the team. Is that something you guys drill specifically in practice? How do you go about trying to improve something like team fighting?
Well, when it comes to team fighting, I think the team has a really good synergy in general, but still, the comps sometimes get like, everybody gets hyped up. There's a lot of good players here, and everybody knows how to play out the game. So the communication gets a little bit lost, but it's something which we're working, and it's, progress with time. The guys just need a little bit more time to work together.
Okay, and you definitely do have some time at the very least because you're still in the second round robin. But in that time, in the first round robin that you have seen, and even with all of the changes that the team has made like in the past 2 weeks, do you still give yourself the odds of actually winning the whole league with everybody touting you as the top dog now in Division 2?
Well, I don't want to be like way too cocky or anything, but I believe the guys have really good odds at going at like, definitely winning everything for the rest of the split. I, of course, don't think that's going to be an easy road to go through, but I think there's like a huge potential. We've been showing that we are like probably one of the best teams in the league. I think that's for sure. But I think, we have to stay humble and we have to like respect every opponent which we go versus. That's just something, analyzing them, talking through like the draft preps, practicing and everything, and it's gonna be a hard and a long way to go through.
Yeah, and well, you know what? We're actually going to have the one team that you guys, unfortunately, were a little bit complacent against, which is Garden Gaming, and they will go up against Ruse up next. A must-win game for Ruse, and for Garden Gaming, this is their chance to also turn their hopes around and make it into top 4. So we'll be coming for that up next. Thank you so much, Boris, for tuning in, and the
Thank you.
games will continue right after the break.
Thank you, guys.
Well, a game that is a must-win for either side. And that is the story here in the second division of the NLC. Ruse, they're still stuck in the same rut the Fourth Wall are, and a single win on their board. And for Garden Gamers, they are the one team that is actually away from that cluster of 4 and 2. And they want to win here, especially against a team that they're on paper supposed to be touted against. Some votes still with Max here. So, Max, like, how do you feel about today's matchup in these two sides?
It's a really interesting situation right here. Garden Gaming have had a good time of it, but they are stuck in that cluster of 4 and 2 teams, right? They really need to separate themselves out. Lazy in Life have failed to do so. We will obviously get to see later on if Rich Gang are going to be able to do so as well. But you don't want to start to fall behind of this cluster. You want to be in the top 2 as much as possible. It's going to be really interesting to see right here. Like you said, Ruse, they need to win this one. They are not in a good spot right now, down at the bottom of the league. Losing this one would keep them tied with Fourth Wall, down at the bottom of our tournament, and it's just not where you want to be. All of these teams have all of their bans, so I'm very excited to see a full suite of the 10 bans. Yeah, all the way through. It was very interesting hearing from Boris how actually he doesn't love the other team losing all of the bans, but jumping in onto this one, we've got some of those priority picks taken away. You talked about it earlier, the Zyra off the board.
Yeah, and that definitely means that if you're on the opposite side, you might as well actually really want to pick something that goes in and is very aggressive, but you're susceptible to these big AoE mages. That's why we're seeing both the Brand and the Zyra. And, also at the same time, if anybody was ever going to be the carry for Ruse, given their performance in the last 5 games, it was probably going to be Panda.
Yeah, exactly. Panda has been trying everything under the sun right now to try to get away to find some wins for this team. Has played the Rumbles, played the Jhin, has played the Nidalee, all of these sort of aggressive picks that you can pull out for yourself. But the Tristana going through the draft means that it is likely going to be picked up right here for Ruza. Is indeed going to go into the mid lane for Anibot. Now, Anibot hasn't played that one before, I don't think, so far in the tournament, but has been playing a lot of very aggressive picks. It hasn't quite worked out. Nothing for this team has quite been able to click. I do like the look of the Tristana, though, and I think today it's had an 100% win rate. It's super strong.
It is, but I'm going to be very honest here. Since I come from the same country that Anibot is from, I've seen him play in both the Arabian League and the Arabian League second division. The one main worry for me about Anibot is that he's not the most proactive player. He's basic, pretty much like when I was talking to Max earlier on in the day. I said he's like the typical Froggen style player, where he's gonna sit back, he's gonna farm, the whole world is gonna burn around him, and if his champion is good enough to 1v9, he might win. But you don't pick Tristana to do that. You don't pick Tristana to hard farm. Especially not against something like a Corki that can definitely go up against her in mid, can match like her level of evil, but this Karthus is something that can farm and can 1v9 in the zone.
Yeah, you know what, if it is going to be the Karthus Octane right here, which it is, I think that honestly, I don't mind Anibot just sitting back and chilling. We've obviously seen 2 Tristanas played with a little bit of psychopathic tendencies, let's say it. Just some let's go in all the time. JJ specifically earlier on today was crazy, was getting into the backline off of flanks. That's not the way you usually expect to play a Tristana. I wouldn't mind a sit back, relax, chill sort of Tristana, especially paired up with the Karthus. You're not looking to get those early ganks off because the Karthus just wants to sit and farm. So instead, you can just play your lane out a little bit easier, get a cull, cash that one in, and then try to get some more of these aggressive plays going later on. Garden Gaming so far, though, they've picked up the Corki, they picked up the Lilia, they've picked up the Cassante even. Super strong champions at the moment. We've seen just how much they can get done. The Corki, I'll be really interested to see if this is going to be for Squidly or for MKL, and it is indeed going to be that Lilia too. I think they've managed to pick themselves up 3 very, very strong champions.
Yeah, your prediction came true, and honestly, it stacks up really well against the other side, because the Tristana, she relies after that rocket jump when finding the kill. But if you're on the side of Hellish, if you're able to find a little thing Lullaby and Panda and maybe one more key member, that's already the fight pretty much win. Because sure, you might actually still be able to cast the Requiem as the Karthus, but your main objective is going to be to last as long as you can in that fight. Just find your guaranteed value with all of your abilities. But this Lilia here is going to be very easily able to 1v1 you in the jungle, despite your tremendous damage output on Panda. The fact that Lilia has that much movement speed make things much more difficult, and even compound that with the Ashe ban means that they actually might want to go for one more slippery champion, maybe even on the ADC.
Yeah, potentially if you can get yourself something that can just weave your way through these fights. The Ezreal potentially could be something we could be looking at picked up right here. Make these fights a little bit easier. We'll see what the final couple of bans are going to be, because right now, I don't necessarily trust that this is going to be an Ornn in the top lane. I've seen too many Ornn supports recently that makes me a little bit suspicious. If it is into the Corki, I can see the Ornn having an okay time. Obviously get poked out quite a lot, but you can full all-in engage onto him, especially post-level 6, but even pre-level 6, and make that work out. Although, usually when you take the Ornn into the bot lane, you do want to pair out with something a little bit more like the Ashe, so I guess I would be a little bit more surprised at this point. Ruza, though, you know, they've got a lot of flexibility, and yeah, I talked about the Ezreal. I was kind of expecting it more for Rusa's side. Garden Gaming, though, they're going to be happy with that one. The poke on this comp is crazy.
Yeah, crazy poke, great high range, and even when they go in, when they elect to go in, rather, because they definitely will have the option to just sit back, as he said, with the Ezreal, with the Corki, just outranging the Karthus and Tristana. They have the Lilton Lullaby for that all-in combo. They have the all-out, which is actually a very good tool against the Karthus. But speaking of going in, that's going to be the theme here for the Italian bot lane. Exxon and Benimo, both really aggressive so far. And I really would have liked the Rel. I think the Rel fits the composition a bit more in comparison to the Nico. But the Nico also got that, like, you know, big ultimate top engage combo. And you know what? In all of this, you can never go wrong with that. The dredge line never misses somehow.
Yep.
So, you know, it's very good, reliable engage. But, you know, you're talking about the range. And the Hwei is definitely going to be a big monkey wrench if you want to go in that direction. Because then you completely outrange the entirety of Rusa.
The range on that comp would be truly disgusting. I would be very surprised to see the Ezreal paired up with something that actually wants to sit in this lane and try to fight onto a Kai'Sa Nautilus. Usually you want to pair it with something that wants to roam and get elsewhere. Yeah, the Leona fits this build. It can just leave the Ezreal behind, go pair up with this Lilia, and be the CC that the Lilia lacks. At the same time, you can try to find some fights onto the Nautilus. If the Nautilus goes in with an early hook, I think that this is going to be pretty devastating for Banimo. I do not think you want to be the first one to land that Nautilus hook. The Dredge line could well be a death sentence for you, because the Leona could just sit there, stun you up the second that you land. There's plenty of damage follow-up that you can get through from the Ezreal. This bot lane could end up being explosive. At the same time, we could end up seeing both of these supports say, hey, have a good time, bot laners. We're off. We're going to go elsewhere.
Yeah, I know. Both of them might be off to the races, but at the same time, much like the last game that we've seen that in the first game of the day, it all then depends on what can the Kai'Sa do against the Ezreal. What can the Ezreal do against the Kai'Sa if you're looking at it from the other way around? Because last time with the Ezreal, it actually died in that one-on-one, and you know it definitely might not look the best if you look at that one-on-one, because Kai'Sa definitely has the all-in potential for the kill. But at the same time, you know, we've harped on about Ezreal to no end. He should not be dying in lane. You die yourself. You know, like the Kai'Sa don't really make a big play if you're playing smart enough. You basically go out of position and then you die, which is something that they have to be very careful about, because as he said, like without that Leona and the early skirmishes, you don't really have any hard lockdown.
No, exactly. You're really lacking a lot of that early engage that you're really looking for. So it can be a little bit risky. At the same time, once you do join in with the Leona and you can just start a brawl, this bot lane could be super explosive. I want to see these junglers potentially get into this lane and then head off with their supports to go get things done elsewhere. A Nautilus who can find a good roam timer is always going to be in a great spot. But it's again, we saw it in the previous game, we're seeing it again. We got a Tristana, we got a Kai'Sa. Now these two, if they're supported, can just tear through a game, but at the same time, we saw what can happen if you're able to get threats onto the backline who can shut them down. I don't know that there's that same level of threat in this game that we saw in the previous one.
Well, we're going to have to see, because the game will be kicking off, and will the history repeat itself, where we got the same two power picks that are on the blue side yet again. But this time, who is going to be our new friends? Well, we see the Mountains, and I'm pretty sure Braum is happy with that one, or at least he would be if he wasn't this map.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Braum is everybody's best friend. I would have loved to have seen a Braum in this game. Without the Ashe, I don't think that he's going to be in the best spot to be picked here. Can work pretty well with the Ezreal. Instead, we got the Leona. To be honest, I prefer that. I really enjoyed seeing the Leona just all-inning earlier on. I mean, that was super fun to watch in the previous game, and I'm hoping for an equally as explosive one. I'm not sure that's going to be the case, though. It's a Karthus, it's a Lilia. They kind of just want to sit in the jungle and farm till 6. They're not particularly interested in getting involved early. They don't really have the CC setup to make it work.
Yeah, well, let's see if they're actually able to take on that extra bit of card control. And then make things work with it later on in the game. But for the start, just looking at everything, making sure that everything is well within the realms of neutrality. And it pretty much is. Like, everything is normal. Nothing's out of the expected. And for my money, the fact that Panda is starting bot side while normal might actually lead them to a very quick path to bot, where with the Nautilus, you can definitely guarantee 1 or 2 of these Qs landing, and then it's massive damage from that onto somebody that is as squishy as the Leona after the aftershock goes off, and you can absolutely like demolish the Leona for making a mistake of thinking that she's actually safe to engage.
Yeah, quite possibly. That could be the pathing that Panda decides to go through. I would be surprised if it's a straight up 3 camp to gank. I don't usually associate the Karthus with that, but you could certainly full clear down into this bottom lane. You can see these supports already stepping up to each other.
Yeah, 2 aftershocks is not a whole lot of damage from either ADCs, so
Yep.
pretty much the usual, the use, as they like to say. And no
As the
waste
kids
will be
say.
laid. Yeah, I'm too old for this, Max. Like I'm pretty much a boomer in league terms now.
Oh no. Oh no. See, we love and respect our elders here, as the hook does land, and taking a good chunk of damage. So does Nino on the repeat, though. This is another situation where you're going to land the hooks, you're going to take a lot of damage back. Both of these ADCs can do a lot of work, although early on, especially fighting in a minion wave, I would tend to prefer the Kai'Sa. Can lay down just a little bit more damage. You're really looking for that first item for that Trinity Force before MKL's going to be able to do the same level of impact.
Yeah, and for MKL, the good thing is he does have that barrier, so he's definitely a bit more tanky in comparison to Exnom. They're in that all out if they ever decide to go for it, especially with the Karthus now. Pretty much almost done with their clear, and we're already seeing Ruse given a lot of priority and making sure that Panda's game is going to be as easy as he actually might ask for. And, well, Hellish, he cleared into the boss side as well, so the 2 junglers might collide if Panda is not respectful.
And in this early game, you do a lot of damage to the Karthus if you can land those Skittles, but it is pretty difficult to do so, especially with an Ezreal up against a Lilia. These champions move around pretty quickly. Elish is going to be able to at least finish this full clear, and could potentially head down towards this bottom lane Scuttle Crab. You have got the roaming already happening out of Ruse's bot lane. They would be getting there first, and in fact, I wonder if Panda wants to head straight towards the top side Scuttle. Nope, decides not to do so. Hellish also going to take a recall though, so we could end up seeing a skirmish in that top side, depending on what the pathing looks like. Jump forwards out of Annie. That's aggressive early, but gets a good amount of damage, and with that explosion coming through onto Squidly, that's a good spot to be in this lane, especially because Squidly does not have a ton of mana left either.
Yeah, but at least that Phosphorus Bomb did have good impact on that return damage, so Anibal is not off of the good for the races, but Ermin, where are you going, my friend? You are going to go straight down the bin, if not for that flash, but now MKL is also within harm's way. That's big damage from Ruse, and right now, at this timing, I feel like you might actually want to stay. You might want to force them back into this one, and just hope that your Tristana, the one that has the push, might help you towards that boss side, but instead, just the same game plan. Let Panda carry, give Panda all the resources.
See what you can do to just allow Panda to carry you through this game. I mean, it hasn't quite worked out so far for Ruse, but this bot lane is getting good damage down, is playing nice and aggressively. They did have to back off a little bit, couldn't keep the pressure up, no real threat of a dive, don't have a jungler around. But because you don't have your opposition jungler in the area either, able to keep that pressure going, Elish is going to be able to get this Scuttle Crab in the top side, and everything feeling relatively even for the minute. Neither of these junglers seem to have found an angle to try for an early engage, and this is kind of what we were expecting from the early game, right? These junglers don't have the CC to set themselves up for kills, so it's on these individual laners to make something explosive happen.
Yeah, and pretty much, the bot lane has been the most explosive one. Top lane is just top lane, at least this time. The Ornn isn't really as punished as they were in the last game, but even as the lane continues to go, like, pretty sure that the Cassante is definitely going to have more guaranteed teamfight impact just by the pattern that the Cassante really plays. And yeah, Tristana just going to be Tristana,
Yeah,
just throw the E, throw the auto, and you win the trade. It's very fun. Very fun, trust me.
especially now that Corki doesn't have such an easy time in this middle lane. You can see the mana issue that Squidly's having for the minute are pretty severe. Won't be able to fully all in. Although top lane just turns into a kill. It was a gank. I'm really surprised that Hellish was able to get involved in that lane. But as soon as you show up in the top side, it is going to be a return for a Drake over to Ruzer. Although that will be traded back again for the Grub. So Hellish getting proactive in the early game and getting a kill over to the Cassante. We heard in that early interview, right, that the Ornn is not a great matchup into the Cassante. For a lot of reasons, you know, the Ornn just isn't able to punish Cassante early on in the same way, and we're really seeing it here.
Yeah, the Ornn can actually really trade well into the Cassante if you think about it that way, because what does the Ornn want to do? They want to land the Bellows Breath, but you need to land the very last tick to get that pop, to find the last auto attack or find a bit of CC that gets extended. And, well, all the Cassante has to do is just tank a bit of the Bellows Breath, press your E, you either tank the last bit, or better yet, you just jump out entirely of that W, and things are very difficult for you, and you also can pretty much be unstoppable through the knockup if the Ornn ever wants to all in with the Pathmaker. So nothing really works out for Uko in that situation. The Ornn really, yeah, I definitely do agree. It's a very tough matchup for the Ornn into that Cassante. But at the very least, you know, if you think about it from that perspective, later on in the game, and that definitely has to be their hope, is that Uko is just going to press the R button, and that's going to be more valuable than anything that Alto is going to ever do.
I mean, that is quite possible, right? That is one of the best ultimates, the Ornhorn right there. And if you can get it onto multiple members and set up your Tristana, set up the Kai'Sa, that's where you're putting your team in a very good position. Ornn is always going to be useful. We talk a lot about champions who need to get early kills, otherwise they fall off. That's not the case for an Ornn. Ornn will always be an ultimate, whatever happens to him, and if you get more kills, you're going to be even tankier. The thing you really don't want to do as an Ornn is fall behind in terms of levels, because hitting that level 14 and beginning to hand out those ornaments is incredibly important. That's a level of scaling that you're kind of relying on as Ruzer, and if you can get super late into this game, you don't make it outscale, but those ornaments do give you the edge, and mean that I think Garden Gaming want to get this game going as quickly as possible, and not allow it to get into the super late stages of the game.
Yeah, because if you get to that point, well, we've seen what two of these three champions are actually capable of. But in that same sense, I feel like, you know, you look at either side, they pretty much both scale pretty well. But it's just about that thematic of the two team comps into each other. The easier execution is definitely on the side of Ruze. You press a couple of ultimates and everything works out well for you. On the side of Guardian Gaming, it's a bit more difficult to actually play out. But they've been playing out that sequence pretty well so far, at least in the first, 8 minutes. But now, things might differ in the top side because the jungle trade is heavy and the Lilia is caught. There's going to be a ton of damage that could have came in. But with that Lullaby, it's going to be Panda taking some of that from back.
Really well executed right there out of Hellish to get away. It is going to have to be a buffered jump out of Anibot. They are going to survive. And so we see a lot of ultimates blown, some health bars. A flash got off of Hellish, but that's about it. It's not going to be the worst situation. Still, the Lilia does like to have that flash. Being able to flash away over a wall is super important for a relatively immobile champion in terms of dashes. Or being able to flash in, land that first bit of damage, and then get the speed up that Lilia gets is also super important. So that flash could be key. We'll have a track of that across the course of the next 5 minutes. See what ends up happening with that one. Otherwise, a bit of a proactive play out of Ruzer. They're clearly not rolling over and just letting this game happen to them, but that being said, they are down by a little bit of gold. You know, they haven't had the most proactive of early games. I don't necessarily know that they're going to be too upset about that one, though.
Yeah, no, definitely not upset, especially with the Tristana being 10, 15 CS ahead. You're still going to be okay with that. And, you know, with Anibot definitely being able to curve into even more play to expand already what is a 400 gold lead that he was able to buy a coal with. That's going to snowball even into further and further items. So it works out well for them, but it might work well for Panda here if they're able to find a good time.
Quite possibly. Panda waiting over the wall does have a lot of damage on him at the moment. Would like to get some stacks onto the Dark Seal too. Potentially looking to bait Ermin into trying to engage this one himself. Doesn't happen. Hook misses. And this play just going to fizzle out. That's unfortunate, and it's a bit of time wasted off of Panda. Not something you want to do in the face of a Lilia who can clear it so dang fast.
Yeah, her clear is so fast. Of course, Garthus is definitely quicker, but the fact that you have 3 camps up, and with the fact that you could have used that time to clear into top, So then by the time you can get both
Ooh.
the Grubs and the Herald, it would have been easier. But speaking of things that are easy, he's fully stunned Benino, and he had no chance against that combo.
No, the CC there was just insane. Not going to be able to survive in the face of all that, and that's going to give a kill over to this Ezreal. Not what you would like to have happen. Anibot also going to get chased out of this lane, just about going to be able to sneak back under the tower. Has to call Panda in for a little bit of support right here, and you can see all of the pings heading up towards these Grubs. If you can get all 6 Grubs right here as Garden Gaming, that's going to be huge. Not only do you take down towers pretty quickly with an Ezreal or a Corki, but you also stop a Tristana from getting any Grubs and being able to take your towers even quicker than she already can.
Yeah, quick tower takedowns, but for now, they haven't really secured those Grubs as of yet, because a lot of presence has been shown by Ozil there towards that top side. He's trying to space out the Ornn. Of course, the Call of the Force God is still present, and that's why you can sell the side of the Guardian Gaming. They don't want to approach that one haphazardly. They got some presence on mid lane, and maybe that was what they're thinking of. Is like, can we actually get a plate in response? They don't, but since they were showing a mid, that means that they can trade that second rotation for their own first dragon.
Yeah, absolutely. It's gonna be an okay trade right here. You would love to get all of those Grubs, but Ruza were threatening around the area. They were putting a lot of members into that area, and you don't want to over-aggress. You don't want to lose out on your pressure right here. Garden Gaming, they just feel like they're a little bit more in control of this one. They're a little bit more clean of a team individually in these lanes. But their team fighting has been super 50-50. Sometimes it's the best team fighting I've ever seen. Other times, they've just not quite been together as a cohesive unit. And depending on which one of those days we're going to get out of them, could really change up the outcome of this game. Ruza, their team fighting has not been great, but they've drafted themselves a composition that should be pretty easy to team fight with. Use the Ornhorn as that initial engage, the Nautilus 2, and then you just buy space for your Tristana, your Kai'Sa, with the Requiem coming down out of the Karthus and as many Skittles as you can hit. It's not the hardest composition to try to execute on. Everybody knows their roles relatively easily. The thing that makes it tricky, I think, is all of the poke that's going to come through out of Garden Gaming. Between the Corki and the Ezreal, stepping up into any of these objectives is going to be incredibly difficult, and trying to play out a fight where you've already lost 50% of your health is not easy.
Yeah, and that's why the vision setup is necessary, because, you know, with good vision, you're able to scout something like the Urban, but Anibal didn't really need that at the time. He was able to walk out safely, walk out of that second one,
no.
but third time is the charm, but Anibal really a happy hour there. Great work with the footwork, and now they're trying to look for an angle of their own. Panda got the wreck, got the damage, got the engage, and it will be a kill towards that Tristana at the end.
Yeah, giving it over to Anibot as well is going to be super big. You want to get this Tristana as fed as possible, as quickly as possible. Has also got that Kraken Slayer completed. Still 14 left on that cold too, so going to have a big cash-in of gold coming up pretty soon. Plus the 300 from the kill is going to be very, very nice. And that's the carry that you really want to start putting kills into. Obviously, I want to see this Karthus beginning to pick up kills through the Requiem, but we haven't really been seeing the skirmishes and the low health bars coming through to really make that happen quite yet. So I think we're still a little bit away from this one. We are waiting on the first item completion for Corki, though. Should be coming through relatively soon. Did just go back to base. Didn't have enough to be able to complete, actually. So a little bit of a disadvantage right here for Squidly. Anibot needs to take advantage of that down in this bottom lane where they've shifted the mid laners.
Yeah, both of them shifted, but that means on the top side, Hellish has nobody to contest that Herald take. And with the goal being even, that might be the needle that will tip the scales in one of the two sides, because the first tower has not been taken down yet. Yeah. So it's not just the gold from the Herald, not the XP from the Herald, but the first tower bounty might be looked at here. And yeah, I just like this one, Squid. You know your role, you know what's going on, and you're not giving even an inch of space towards the side of Ruse. And you were speaking about how they're approaching the fights in a very binary way, and that's exactly what you need to do against the Karthus. You can't play a fight where there's any limits to be tested. It's either I win convincingly or I lose, so I don't do it. Because if I play for that 50-50 to 60-40, that's when you give Panda the space to find the Requiem, to fight this tax. And with the Blackfire Torch, it's also going to be like that last stick of damage to fight.
Yeah, Blackfire Torch completed just makes this that much harder. Squidly gonna get Dove right here, although is able to take out the minion wave, so does a ton of damage back onto Benino. Anibot also takes a shot right there, and that was a risky sitch, let's say, for Squidly, but taking out the minion wave pretty easily, as a Corki does, keeps them alive. And now there's going to be a re-engage. Panda has to flash over that wall.
Oh, but even beyond the wall, still finding the damage. Ermin is trying to run away more and more, but they will finally be caught. The passive is enough. The root and Anibot is up to 2 kills with the call cashed out. That's going to be a massive gold injection. But speaking of injection, well, there was an attempt, but Uko with a great W to dissuade any pushback and any chance of the all-out.
It's all about using these CC cancels effectively. Okay, we're just gonna have to dodge away from that Dreadfly. Mid lane tower will fall right here. That's another chunk of gold going over. Just being able to take that one before Uko loses his tower in the top lane is huge. Uzol would have loved that gold from the first turret. Instead, goes over to Ruza, and this doesn't feel like a 1-4 team right now, does it? This is going pretty dang well for them, right?
Yeah, it definitely was, because they got for my money, the easier draft to play, and their players individually are definitely competent. It's just when you combine all the 5 members, the synergy has been a bit off, and that's why we're seeing them winning most of these fights that they've been fighting back. You know, it's mostly skirmishes, 3v3s, 2v2s with very easy execution, as he said. Everybody presses R, or even Panda just crash from one side and keep throwing these Skittles beyond the walls. It's very easy execution, and now they're looking for that Cloud Soul. Maybe not the most effective soul in its like straight value, but the value of having the extra movement speed after ulting on somebody like Xnom or somebody like Anibot, for example, is going to be great. And thankfully for them, they were able to slide that through before the true top barrage.
That was super close though. Felt like it may well have ended up being stolen away. We are going to see Uzol take a chunk out of that turret with the Rift Herald in the top lane, although there is a potential for a collapse now instead. Everything going to be fine. That's very close. Squidly is going to live at least right there. Wait, the Requiem. Oh,
not enough damage
yet.
If that was the Andres, that would have killed. That Seeker would have killed. Great flash.
Oh,
love the anticipation there. Love the anticipation.
Yeah, Squidly was clearly waiting for one more thing to come along and try to kill him. Still, because of him being forced out of lane, you are going to lose this full tier 2 turret. That's a huge loss right there. You don't get the kill, fine. I think you're going to be more than happy with picking up the first tier 2 turret. It gives you so much gold. You can see right now, Ruset are up by 3,000. They're going to be taking resets right now. There is going to be a Baron in about 2 minutes time. Until that point though, no real objectives to try play around. You can see the pings going down onto that top lane tier 1 tower. They want to get this one down. It buys them a lot more space around this Baron.
Yeah, 3k gold and a third dead there from Ermin. And that bot side, that was actually what they almost found in Squidly as well. But now they find the Lullaby. They find a fair bit of damage, but it's yet not enough. Hellish, though, trying to find the angle, and he is going to be caught up. Easy work there by Rose, and that team comp is just demoralizing to play against.
Really is. It's so tricky to move. Once you take that first bit of CC, it's so difficult to get away. Not just through the hard CC, but also the slows. I mean, there are so many slows coming through from Rosette. Now they're going to step up, steal away a ton of these camps to, you know, kill Hellish and take his lunch money. It's pretty mean if you think about it. And they're going to get a ton of vision set up right here for this Baron spawning in just 40 seconds time. Plus, the goal, the prize they were looking for already is going to fall this tier 1 turret in the top lane. After this one, I would expect some resets to be coming through out of Ruza, spend that gold, come back onto the map even stronger, potentially fight for this Baron. With another catch onto Hellish, that becomes very easy to pick up.
Yeah, it definitely should be. And you know what? For the side of Garden Gaming here, it's just going to be a matter of whether or not they can keep that composure that they've somewhat lost in the last 2 skirmishes, which is we don't commit to these fights. I feel like they definitely either were caught out off guard in the bot lane or committed to a fight that they were definitely not favored in, because we've seen what happened there. And now with the Karthus on Panda almost completing the Andres, in addition to that Blackfire Torch, well, things might be very risky for them to commit to the fights even further, because as the game goes on longer and longer, so does this Panda with a first strike Requiem has the ability to just basically dictate an entire team fight if you can like add 600-700 damage just from the get-go.
Absolutely, it can. And the more and more items you put onto this Karthus, right, the bigger that threat becomes. If you can just pop everybody for a huge amount of damage before these fights start, that changes everything about the calculation you have to make as Garden Gaming. Oh, who's catching who? I don't know.
Okay, now there you go. Now there you go. Finally, there it is.
That's who the catch was on. Panda is going to go down, and all of a sudden Garden Gaming are going to be able to turn onto this Baron. No jungler left alive. And with Xnom in the mid lane, with Uko bot lane, I don't know if you can step up. They're certainly going to try, though. You don't want to give over this Baron.
I mean, Antibot is massive. Maybe you can rely on the Tristana and the Kai'Sa, but they've been spaced out pretty well. That's an excellent lullaby to force Antibot away, but at the same time, the TP from Uko forces the rest of the Garden back into their home.
Ooh,
just
TP
to retreat,
mid.
and yeah, it's a big TP force, but Antibot is still probably going to be able to finish out that tower. Yep, they got the tier 2 for their work.
2 teleports blown to go about 50 feet in the mid lane. Antibot knows that there's a window right there, aggressive play to be able to pick up that turret, and I really like that. The fact that Ruza also were able to lose their jungler, have their jungler die, and not lose out on that Baron is going to be huge. We've got 30 seconds though until this Drake spawns, with everybody messing around in the top side. Nobody's really been able to get any wards down around this Drake, and this is the point at which the poke composition of Garden Gaming can really come online. If you can poke out the opposition before you get into these fights, it doesn't matter if they have a Requiem, it doesn't matter if they have all of the damage between a Tristana and a Kai'Sa. Gotta be careful though that they don't all just turn and run straight towards the Baron. Indeed, that's looking like what's going to happen. Do you just commit to the fact you're losing the Baron right here though?
I mean, if you're inside a Garden, I feel like you really want to fight for that Baron. It's not worth it because it's not your own soul point. It's not your own soul. So you want to fight that one. You want to take that one. And here comes the bowling ball. It finds some damage. They find the flare. They're trying to lock down Uko, but he's still going to get the horn. He denied MPL. And there's
Panda's
the kill
dead.
on one side. Panda doesn't care though. He's still got the Requiem. He is still going to influence that fight. But the barrier is massive from MPL. Exxon almost went down. And the all-in will mean that Uzo will have the space to go out.
Oh, I mean, the fact that Panda goes down, sure, still has the Requiem, but don't have the Smite once you've died, means that Hellish is able to pick up that Baron. And it was a full commit right there out of Ruza to go try take that Baron away right out from under the noses of Garden Gaming while they were picking up the Drake. It doesn't quite work out for them. They lose out onto a kill and onto the Baron, so they're going to have to do a lot of work to make up for that. Still, they can head over here and try to pick up the Drake, potentially. Although, without the jungler back for a little while, it would be quite the risk indeed. Everybody's just going to chill out for a second. We're instead going to get a bit of a mid-lane push.
Yeah.
No, Annie can do it by themselves. Hellish is on the way. I think it should be dead by the point at which Hellish gets there, though.
Yeah, and Exxon is pretty close by without the killer instinct, however, which might be bad. And I feel like that's definitely the playstyle you need to transition into as the Kai'Sa in that game. You can't really start a fight by yourself. Maybe you want to hover around, wait for all the important ultimates to be blown, like something like the Solar Flare, for example, the Lullaby, and then you can use your ultimate to dive the enemy back line, because not a lot of lockdown potential past the Leona. And that's the important thing for Garden Gaming here, is that they need to utilize the Leona to the maximum of the efficiency that they can. Last time around, it went on well. They found their space. This time around, with the Baron, they're still pressuring towards that tier 2 in both the top and the bot lane. And even if the Tristana is there to meet also, I doubt that they can actually finish off the entire kill.
No, I think actually picking up that kill would be incredibly hard, and stepping even a one step too close to Uzo means that this Cassante is likely just going to get a kill onto the Tristana, just so strong in those 1v1s. While seeing a teleport coming through, though, trying to get a catch onto Xnom, is going to be able to jump away. Oh, the cleanse is good.
Ooh.
The cleanse is great.
Yeah, the movement is even better, but the worst part is Benino is caught, and it's going to be not a Grande Amore for him. He's going to be caught out. Ermin finds the angle. Here's the Requiem back, though, and that's a lot
Big
of damage
damage.
inflicted back. Despite that Lullaby, you haven't count Xnom, so this is the time for Kai'Sa to flourish. But as I say that, Addy finds the double. They're trying to find the angle, but there's also low on HP.
Oh, did you see that? Oh, no. Oh no.
Hey, skill
Bolt,
shots missed
Bolt,
are
you see
best
that?
left forgotten.
Did it wasn't a skill shot miss. Oh, that sucks so bad for Anibot. Anibot probably had a full ace lined up right there.
Did he
went
cancel his
to
W with the
jump
flash, right?
went to jump over the wall, cancelled it with the flash, and
Yeah.
didn't manage to flash over the wall either, and so was just stood in the red pit, watching as a couple of easy kills walk away.
Hey,
It doesn't matter.
here's what I'm gonna say in this one.
Okay, hit me.
That's
hit me.
why I say a skill shot missed. A flash is a skill shot. Don't add any else that one.
You know what? True. In that case, that makes my skill shot
Hey,
hitting
you're the
even
skill
worse.
shot. That's the best thing about the flash. You're the skill shot.
As a Warwick one trick, I am well aware of being the skill shot,
Yeah.
and oh boy, do I miss a lot of skill shots, but it's a gap close. It's fine. Either way, you miss out on a couple of kills potentially as Anibot. Unfortunate still. Got a couple in that fight. Also now has that upgraded LDR with the ornament, so is just going to be hitting like a truck, especially on this Leona and this Cassante. Going to be able to just shred through all of the armor that they have available. I really like this pickup. I like the way that this first ornament has gone. It was a pretty good catch attempt out of Garden Gaming, but the cleanse was huge out of Xnom. Still about half of that cooldown left, and without that available, Xnom, no flash, no cleanse, is super vulnerable right now. When we get the next fight in about a minute, 2 minutes time, around these next Drake and Baron objectives, you really want to hope that you've got at least something to try to get away, because that all-in potential out of Garden Gaming is huge.
Yeah, I mean, you're saying that Exelon Flash is actually much closer compared to Anibot's Flash. But speaking of people that do not have a flash, they do have a flash, but no escape is Uzo. He's pretty much caught dead in the water, even if he's going to be able to use the Pathmaker. Even if he's going to be able to use the All-Out. There's 5 members from the blue team being there, and yeah, no chance to walk out, unfortunately.
If you turned off nameplates right now, I would genuinely assume that it was Garden Gaming who were in control of this game. Obviously, neither of these teams have, stepped far and away with this game. There's still a ton of pressure being laid down. You can see Squidly was trying to threaten onto this tier 2, but potential collapse coming through right here. A flank opportunity for Benino.
But yeah, I feel like, it's a flank opportunity for Benino, and sure, there's a killer instinct to follow up, but you don't want to throw your Karsa into harm's way. You're just going to use Benino as the bodyguard to pressure them out of the pit. It's only 35 seconds left for the Baron, and with that, since you force them to reset for their tempo, maybe complete an item or two, this is about damn time for you to just say, okay, which one do you want to trade for us? You know what? A Cloud Soul is a win for Ruse, but at the same time, them getting that second Baron is going to be so good for them that they don't actually mind taking it.
Yeah, exactly. It's, putting your Kaiser in harm's way is not a good idea, right? 3 items completed, another ornament gonna come through is gonna be the upgraded Rage Blade right here. So, is that Death Brush? Are they gonna try Fnatic Death Brush onto Uzo? And it works!
It works! Twice, by the way. This is the second time Uzo got caught.
Oh man, that really sucks for Uzo right there, and that's your front line just gone. Eviscerated straight off of the map. Anibot is going to take out this Drake while the rest of the team begins to head up towards the Baron. Picking up the Drake and the Baron right here for Rosette would be huge. They need a win right now to keep themselves going in the standings. Otherwise, they're going to be sat dead last, tied with Fourth Wall. Putting Fourth Wall to that spot by themselves will be huge for this team. It's going to be a recall coming through from Anibot.
He's caught by the lullaby. This is the worst possible scenario, but he finds a buster shot. Doesn't matter though, because that's a massive shot. That 1,000 gold injected into the Lilia, and you've lost your biggest member, Ruse, not twice in a row. But this time, however, they got the Kaisa, they got the Karthus, and they have got that fight. TP from Uzo is too little too late. Him and MKL, what can they do? Well, some bars of HP are super low. Can't reach it.
Cassante Gaming!
Wait, MKL. He can do it. He does have the damage. He does have the Trinity Force, but how much more can he do? He's locked down now. Panda has found himself in a killing spree, and Uko can find the knock-up on MKL with the slow, with the dress line. Ruse clawed their way back with an ace.
Oh, it's not clean. It's not pretty, but it is working right here for Ruse. Gonna pick themselves up an ace, and what is happening in this game? You've got 2 tanks and a Karthus taking down this Baron. It's gonna fall quickly enough. might be able to pause long enough to get this Baron onto Xnom as well as Anibot TP's in just to help out the boys. You know, just going down pretty slowly. They're just going to be able to melt through this one. They're not going to save it for Xnom. Not the end of the world in this situation. And all of these fights, super back and forth. Nobody able to get clean fights off. But that one, it looked like it should have been complete disaster. One way, when you get a pick onto Uzol. Then the other way, when you get yourself a pick onto Xnom. Onto Anibot even, but then it's everybody's game right here. I mean, it feels like neither of these teams have found a clean fight.
I mean, yeah, but at the same time, like, don't let the numbers deceive you. It's not only a 5,000 gold lead here between the two sides. It's actually much more considering the Ornn passive. You got the ornament, not just on the Tristana now, but also on the Kai'Sa and the Karthus.
Yeah.
And that can be a devastating amount of damage. So on the side of Garden Gaming,
Crazy.
like the threshold for a fight that is clean has become so thin that they need to have another one of these misplays from Anibot getting caught all on their own.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a super tense game, though. It feels like, despite the fact you are so far ahead right here as Ruza, Gaming, they are one well-executed pick away from winning out onto this game. Squidly gonna take a good chunk of damage and have to turn tail and run. Good pressure happening right now onto this top lane tier 2. Be surprised if you're actually able to keep this one alive right here for Garden Gaming. They may well have to pull the trigger if they want to actually get involved and try to save a couple of these turrets. That's all of the turrets outside of their base gone. It's now time to crack the base and potentially win just the second game of the tournament for Ruza.
I mean, for Garden Gaming, their one chance is definitely to find one of those bowling balls there from Hellish to find the space necessary, because look at Uzol really unable to just handle the onslaught of auto attacks from the side of Anibot, and this is gonna start to become a very big problem because Xnom and Anibot now are within full force, even the Karthus. So they'll have to look out because this turret, they might defend it, but they might actually pay their entire lives as a team for it if they do.
Indeed, yeah, just gonna sit here. Gonna play body blocker right here. Takes a decent amount of damage. Eggtail doesn't do an amount of damage that you can really sniff at, but nobody can really step up to try to kill this one empowered cannon minion. It's finally gonna fall, but you lose your mid lane turret for it, and it's just a slow bleed out right now. Either you run out of steam as Ruza, you stop having that Baron buff to push with, or someone on Garden Gaming has to just go. Ermin is looking.
I mean, Ermin could have found the angle, no solar flare. Uko is gonna space that one out. All in the meanwhile, Anibot is just having a field day with that base. Two turrets found, one inhibitor found, the other one is on half health. And if you keep leaving just Uzol to one-on-one match with Tristana, you're never gonna have a chance into keeping that second one intact.
No, you're really not. You need to engage onto somebody, but the second you step away, Anibot just decides to take all of your turrets, and if you try to full engage onto the Tristana, then there's a Kai'Sa on the backside, there's a Karthus. They will be able to shred through these turrets too. It's just not quite as fast as the Tristana, but it's more than fast enough, and you're just getting pulled in so many different directions by Garden Gaming. And at this point, with all of the turrets as close to down, 2 inhibitors gone, yeah, the items fully stacked, basically everybody. It's a full build Tristana. Feels like it's one fight away from being done. The depth charge does go down. Hook lands.
Hook lands, that's a Leona done and out of the fight. Panda still got the fight left in him. Uzol does not last a little bit. Leaves like a piece of paper. And here comes the Requiem. Not really necessary, but it makes the fight all the more convincing. And Bruze, well, we talked about it for a bit, but now they proved themselves. Well, we're not really the 1-4 team you think we are. We are here to play in the second round robin.
Every other time I watch Ruza play, it's like, wow, I think this team can do it. You know, I feel like this team is beginning to put it together. And then they falter the next week. But that one looked really good, and it wasn't against just anybody. It wasn't a win against Fourth Wall, you know. It wasn't a win against 42. It wasn't even a win against Rich. Like, that was a really good win against a top team who took a win off of our best team in the league. Like, that looked nice. It wasn't clean, but it was aggressive in a lot of places. We have known this team for being a bit passive. Anibot specifically, I'm really impressed with that performance.
I mean, it's definitely a night and day difference from what I've seen from him in the last split. And that's
Yeah.
very important from a team that relies on Anibot as their main carry here in that roster. And well, he's done his job. He stepped up, not without his flaws, as he said, not without anybody's flaws, because definitely everybody had a fumble or two on the side of Ruse. But fortunately for them, Guardian Gaming doesn't really have the team that will just take one fumble, take that inch, and convert it to the mile. They just didn't have that in that roster. Lydia weren't able to come into fruition, and they just planted the seed in a nightmare. And that was more than enough for it. But well, we got one more interview that will be coming up right after the break. So stay tuned, and we'll finally have Bruce here on the interview board. Well, welcome back, ladies and gents. And here we have Malto, the head coach for the side of Ruse Gaming. So, first of all, congratulations on the win. And, the first question I'm going to throw away is that, well, you know what? You guys really made a bit of a buzz. Like you were just like basically hitting every hornet's nest in the second division and the NLC as a whole, really. And your start wasn't really the best, like the first round robin went into the way that it went 1-4, but now you got your second win. And while not without fault, he definitely looked much improved. How much more do you think you can improve by the time that the split ends?
I mean, I think our team is a very, I mean, it will sound a little bit toxic towards the players, but inconsistent. Like we are not really consistent at pulling off performances. Sadly, it's of course something we are heavily working on, and hopefully it pays off soon. Uh, I mean, so far the start of the split has not been the best. True. Hopefully, we got some roster changes coming up, which are already shown, and also we got a little bit of our like mental being fixed. A little bit of the mood in the team has been improved. We work a lot on that, so hopefully that helps us getting some more Ws.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like a really nice performance. What was the prep like coming into today? We were looking at Garden Gaming as one of the better teams in our league. To be able to take a bit of an upset win off of them has to feel good. So what did you look at specifically against Garden Gaming?
I mean, of course, given the 2 out of 2, we now consider ourselves a little bit of the giant slayers, because we beat the Rich Gang and we also beat now Garden Gaming. I think Garden Gaming was pretty tough to prepare, but also turned out being easier than it looked, because we prepared a lot of different scenarios and they just gave us the best we hoped for. So it turned out a lot easier than how we prepared, let's say.
Absolutely. And we saw a really impressive performance out of Anibot specifically. We really liked the look of that Tristana. What do you think of Tristana in the current meta? Because it's been picked in every single one of our games today, and it's won all of them.
I mean, all I can say right now is just say the same sentence that Anibot always tells me, which is if you play Tristana with Fleet Footwork, it's not good. If you play Tristana with PTA, she's the most OP champion in the game.
Hey man, look, I love the confidence from Andy Bot, but I just want to know, how confident are you in the camp? Because now you've got your second win out of the way. You've like separated yourself a bit from fourth wall. There's also that game coming up today, so maybe you can boost yourself up to 3 and 4. But after that fourth wall game, you're gonna be coming up against Unique, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
So do you feel like your Giant Slayer reputation might come up there again, even after this game from Unique? They've played great, but they've shown that they can bleed. So you think you can get the kill shot on them?
I mean, for what we've shown so far, is more likely that we lose against Fortfall and then we win against Unique, to be honest. But yeah, it will be for sure a very tough game. We are, of course, looking to take our revenge against them, since they beat us on the first game we played in this league. Yeah, hopefully we keep going with our Giant Slayer's name and we get that W as well.
Hey man, look, I really love the confidence, and I hope to see more of that. But well, with that, thank you so much for coming in, and we'll be heading with a brief break, and with it will be our fourth and I think final game of the day. So thank you so much, Molto, again for coming in, and stay soon, guys. The ultimate and final game for the day will be coming right after this break.
Bye.
Ladies and gentlemen, I will welcome you a final time, for we have our last game of the evening. And well, Chaos and Rich Gang, we're talking about some Giants. We do have some Giants on for this one. So, Max, how do you feel about this one? Like, two teams, definitely, I would feel like after the game between Lazy and Life and Unique, this is the closest game that we have.
Yeah, absolutely. These two teams seem like they're going to be super close to each other right now. Both of them are in pretty okay positions in the standings. 2 and 4, 4 and 2. It's not the best, obviously, right now for Chaos, but if they could pick up a win right here, they're going to put themselves right back into that middling crush where a lot of the teams are. Keep themselves in those top couple of spots for the playoffs, at least. You just need to keep yourself off of the top 2, then you're going to be A-okay. As we are going to jump, right on into the drafts right here, and this is very standard. There's nothing here that I'm like, I'm shocked by this.
Tristana again.
Yeah, Tristana has been led through.
Save us for Tristana. Save us, please. Anything but a Tristana. Anything but a Tristana. I want to see a Hwei game. At least like Hwei is really entertaining.
Hwei is fun. That severing bolt from downtown is crazy. I'm always like, oh, he's gotten away, and then just boom. Out of nowhere, you're able to still pick up that kill. If Chaos don't take the Tristana hill, I'll be very surprised. Instead, they've got the pro on the Corki. Really interesting. That does allow Rich Gang to be able to pick up that Tristana for themselves. Kurosh plays it pretty well, and it has a decent time into the Corki. I mean, you don't win that lane necessarily, but you can just sit in it and have a good time.
Yeah, and with the Ezreal as well, I feel like this is definitely a Tristana angle. Because now you can do the same thing that we've seen in the first game of the day, where you give yourself a very active support, when instead it's going to be a very active ADC. Lucian mid into Corki is such a good matchup into Lucian, but it's even more fragile than what we've seen in the Tristana Corki.
You think it's the Lucian definitely in the mid lane? Because it could be the Ezreal too.
Every time I've seen an Ezreal mid, it just went toward. I'd rather see the Lucian.
Okay. I feel you with that one. I think I too would prefer the Lucian. I could just see a situation potentially where the Corki ends up in the mid lane, the Ezra ends up in the mid lane, and they're just poking each other. You can never really step into that lane. There's just constant poke. To be fair, you can move the Corki into the ADC or into the mid lane, whichever one you want. It's actually going to pick up the Karthus. We saw what it could do in the previous game. To be honest, the Karthus was not the main focus of that game, but once that Ornament Death Cap had come in, there was just some nukes coming through at the beginning of these fights. Always a little bit of a risk, though, because Karthus does not want to get as involved early on. And with the Nautilus pickup, Nautilus Corki, I don't love that as a bot lane. I think the Nautilus means the Corki should be in the mid lane.
Yeah, and with that out of the way, now you understand what's going to happen. If you lock yourself with Twisted Fate, it also is probably going to be in the top side, but now Plated Steel Caps becomes a hard prio. And if you're on the side of Rich Gang, you might as well want to ban that Malphite, because Malphite against that team comp is just nigh unkillable.
Yeah, absolutely. You really don't want to just allow something that you can just sit and survive, and then just get into your backline again, nuke them. That is always going to be a bit of a scary situation to put yourselves in. We are going to see the Jack coming off the board now. I've not seen the Jacks be too high priority in the past couple of games. Potentially these top laners just don't think it's the strongest at the moment, but, is going to be taken away by Rich Gang. And with the pickups that we've seen at the moment, are we expecting that Twisted Fate to be in the top lane? I think that's where he makes the most sense, right?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, it kind of depends still on what we're going to see, because if you get the Corki in mid, it's probably going to be a Twisted Fate in the top side. But with the Rumble ban, they really are trying to make sure that Twisted Fate is going to have a favorable match up top. But even if that's the case, I still think of the same thing. I still think, you pick the Malphite, he's going to take no damage from the Lucian, no damage from the Twisted Fate when the time comes. And with them basically being that your mid, your bot, and your top laner, AP junglers are now only limited to just the Zyra, who we have seen has a very hard time working against being caught. And with the Nautilus, you can even add more pick potential on top of that later.
Indeed. So, with the last set of bans coming through, we are going to see potentially a support pickup right here. You would really like to have that final pick to give to your jungler, potentially. It would be very interesting if it is the Amumu. No, instead, are just going to flick on over and get the Rel pickup. We've been seeing the Rel hovered a lot today. We've been liking it in a lot of these compositions. I like it in this situation too. it's a bit hard to get on top of a Karthus Corki,
Yeah.
potentially, especially with a Nautilus, but you do provide some pretty good front line, some good engage to at least buy some space for your Ezreal Lucian to be able to make things work. And if you pair up with the Twisted Fate, you've got that very easy gold card to be able to start off the combo and to keep people locked down while you're able to deal quite a lot of damage.
Ooh, wait. That's a nasty pick. Nisha. Oh my god. That's just a mean angle because you could even put that as support, by the way.
Yeah.
No joke. If you put Nasa support, you pretty much cripple whoever is going to be playing into that one. You can even put it top lane. It cripples the Twisted Fate. It can still flex, but I think it's only going to be top lane. Like, you got the passive lifesteal, you got everything going on, and then you got the smolder for when the game goes too long. Chaos is just cooked on that draft. They cooked. Absolutely cooked.
It's chaos. It definitely is chaos, this draft. I think I know where everything's going, but potentially everything could still move around. Rich Gang, gonna take the time having a look at what has just been picked up right here. Now, Chaos at 2 and 4, they're now level with Ruzer. They need to get things going. They have to win this one. Rich Gang, they don't want to fall behind in this 4 and 2 crush. They need to get themselves a win right here. It's gonna be the Amumu locked in, and if you'd have just popped these drafts up, I'd have been like, yes. This is a solo queue game gone weird. But this is competitive league right here, and I am fascinated by the way that this one has shaked out. I mean, are you not switching things around either?
No, I think they are, right? They are. It has to be like a bug in the hut, right?
Sure.
Like, no way the Metro is gonna play them.
I mean,
Okay, there we go.
Okay, there we go. Tough.
But I actually have something against that.
Okay.
I don't know if you'd agree with me on that knock, but I would rather have the Rel in the jungle where she can buy more resources and be more tanky, because she plays the traditional front line, at least in my eyes, better in comparison to the Amumu. Amumu jungle, at the end of the game, like, when it gets to like 20-30 minutes, he's pretty much an alt bot. Either way, like, Rel has more to add to that team fight in comparison to the Amumu.
Have you considered that it's a good ult? Like, I know the Amumu just has the ult, but it is a pretty good ult. I get why you'd want the Rel down in the bottom lane, specifically into this composition. I think the Amumu could struggle just a little bit with not having a way to get back out, I think is the thing. Of course, it's up against a Smolder, so you're not going to be too worried early on about the amount of damage, but once you get a couple of levels, a few items, not fully completed, the components, the Rel can get in, but can also jump back out a lot easier than the Amumu. The Amumu, once you go in, you are full committed. So I think that might be part of why you want to put the Amumu in the jungle, but I do agree. I think the Rel with more items can be better. Amumu ults, whether or not he's got the items, if you are just an ult bot, it doesn't really matter. I do very much agree with that. Bot lane's weird. There's a Nasus.
Both of them. Yeah, both of them are. Like, you got a Smolder. I have not seen a Smolder outside of top lane in forever. Like, for me, like that's it. Like, I think of Smolder as a top laner, much of the way that, like, we think of somebody like the Alkshon or the Quinn. But he's there in the bot side, and in the top side, we got a Nasus, as he said. And look, here's the thing. The Nasus is ingenious, though. Lucian pretty much dies to being crippled. The Wither kills Twisted Fate. Like, it actually, like, he does not play the game. So it's such a good ability. I'm fascinated, because we usually don't see that. You see people like saying, click, I see Twisted Fate, I pick tank, and they actually pick the perfect counter in theory, but they need to apply it in the game.
Yeah, the way you play this one out is going to be super important. The early levels are always pretty difficult to play out as a Nasus, especially into a ranged matchup. If you survive them, though, that's where you can come online and just, like you said, take over this game.
Well, let's take over. Let's go in, because the game have started, and we found ourselves a new friend. It's not the Lilia, but we still got another friendly deer coming in.
Hey, it's the deer. The deer's back. We lost the deer earlier on. I guess he'd gone on holiday. Fair enough. It is the summer, but good to have our good old friend the deer back as we head onto the Rift. Chaos, RG, we spoke about it a little bit earlier on. These teams are both in really, really precarious positions for very different reasons. Chaos losing here puts them down onto the bottom level of the competition and puts them back into a position where they're all of a sudden potentially not making playoffs. Rich Gang, they need a win right here to keep themselves out of this sort of just mess that we've got at 4 and 2, 4 and 3. There's a lot of teams there at the moment.
Yeah, it's very complicated up there, like in the third, fourth position. I feel like that's very complicated. And at the same time, like the mid table is just the entirety it's a mess. Like especially with Ruse now getting their second win on the board and maybe fourth wall being able to get a win against Ruse because what we've seen from Alto signifies that. Then suddenly everybody's like 2, 3, 4 wins, and once they're in that part of the game, that's when things get weird. That's why I do agree with you. If you're on the side of Bridge Gang, you really want to win that game, but that game is the most volatile I've seen like in a very long time in any competitive league.
With the compositions that they've gone for, you find a couple of kills going somewhere, and this game is going to become very, very tricky very, very quickly. As we do a jump on back onto the Rift, and we'll have a look at where these junglers are going to be heading, because this bot lane, I don't think it's quite as explosive as the bot lanes we've seen for the rest of the day. I think the mid and the top lanes are far more interesting today.
Hey, look, it is a certified sleeper in the bot side, unfortunately for us. But at the very least, yeah, I do agree with you. I think Kurosh and Keela are going to have a very good time in that mid lane. It's going to be very entertaining as well. I love watching the Lucian. For me, Lucian is like aesthetically is my favorite AD carry. Like the way that like the champion plays, the design is really good. You have a very clear weakness, but a very clear strength. Same can be said for that Smolder.
Yeah.
The weakness is the first 20 minutes of the game, but once you get past that with good stacks, it's pretty much game over.
It's nice that we've gotten past the point of the Smolder where it was like, yeah, he wins. I spent far too long with the UKL looking at these guys and being like, right, you don't win. Like, I know you've drafted a full early game composition, you don't win this. And teams would just kept picking it, winning with it. Nobody was banning it. Finally, we got past this point, and now I think the Smolder's actually in a relatively balanced position. If we get late enough into this game, this composition out of Chaos just destroys things. You start off your team fight, you nuke everybody with that Requiem, then you have a Nasus who's got 500 stacks, you've got the Smolder who's executing people, the Corki, the Nautilus, they're just extra spice at this point. So as RG, you need to get this game going early on, and I think that's where the Amumu is going to come in, right? You need to get some early ganks going, try to get your laners ahead so that you can use this early game pressure. Like I said, you're going late. I don't like your odds right here for Rich Gang.
Yeah, but not gonna lie, I'm still somewhat confused by the entirety of the draft. I'm still dumbstruck basically by the fact that we have 3 marksmen are playing in that game. Yeah, and none of them wants to Tristana. Like, it's so weird.
In the current meta, I get it when you're getting a Tristana in the mid lane. Like, that's the marksman that you expect. But no, in this one, are we counting Corki as a marksman at this point? Maybe. Are there 4?
I mean he's become one again.
Hey, if it's ADTF, is it 5? Is this just a let's play marksman game? And Slice is going to go and try to steal away this blue buff. Actually, just going to go for the kill onto Taxvig and may well get it. Does a lot of damage.
Yeah, and the blue buff is hitting the Karthus as well. He's going to be dead to Rise, and that's the first buff. Kurosh, worst target possible, and with Slice getting the blue, this Karthus is just struck out of the early game.
Yeah, this is not what you wanted to see, especially not right here. As Kajila, you're like, oh, okay, my mid lane is just going to wander out of lane, pick up a kill, and join back up. Don't know if Kurosh is going to be able to get off a reset at least, so there will be a slight item advantage, at least for a little bit for the Corki, but that's just not ideal. And that is one of the risks you take when you're playing the Karthus, especially in something like the Amumu, who also does quite a lot of AoE damage during the early levels, is that you are just super vulnerable. You take a lot of damage, you clear very fast, but also you clear very predictably. You're not really taking any weird pathing. And Slice punishes that very effectively, and I love the roaming from Typical and from Kurosh to get involved to help out. Whoa, what's happening bot lane?
Well, Rich Gang are having a dandy time. It looks like it's going to be a mile high because Certified is going to fly his way and flash his way into finding that kill. And now Kansuke has to go back, but exactly as he said, the Amumu that wreaked havoc in one game is not gonna save that one. It's gonna be a death for Met Pro as he somehow finds himself slaying the dragon from the grave.
He does indeed. I actually don't know if that kill came through quick enough for Metro to have spent that gold. I'm not entirely sure.
I don't
think so either. If we could have a quick check on the gold, that would be really fascinating to see.
Oh, it did?
Okay, they did. Did manage to spend the gold. Okay, thank you very much, Zoe. That was a crazy little fight right there, and that was super bait, actually. That was super bait out of Kansuke. It was like, oh, I'm so low. I'm so available to die.
That's mean.
That's 2 deaths now. That's 2 deaths. That feels really, really rough right now. And Slice doesn't even have to go and defend his own jungle because the rest of the map does everything they can to help out. Crush is also headed towards the top lane, could potentially be looking at a little bit of a swap situation. And as Nidris, you do not want to be laning into a Lucian, especially not a Lucian with as many items as they have at the moment. That's just a ton of damage waiting to happen.
Absolutely, and that's exactly why they've done the swap, you know. Fate is pretty much okay, like free farming any lane. That's exactly actually what he wanted in the top side. You know, you pick the TF, just use the passive, utilize the extra gold, and eventually find yourself with a lead. But speaking of the lead in the bot lane is gonna be used to neuter any chance for chaos fight. Any fights really. But yeah, okay, it's back to neutrality, we're back to the norm. But what I'm gonna say is that if that was a Tristana in the mid lane, they would have had the prio, and Kajila would have actually been able, at least in that first invade, to maybe get the push and come back and help the Karthus.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's a solo queue game. It's a solo queue game.
It really, really feels like a solo queue game so far. Rich Gang are at least feeling a little bit more cohesive for the moment. We're only 6 minutes in. We've already had 4 kills. We are also going to see the standard trade that we get to see in Season 14 right now. It's going to be the Grubbies going over to Chaos, whereas Rich Gang, they're going to pick themselves up this initial Drake. It is a mountain, and like you said earlier on, that initial mountain Drake is pretty huge. It gives you quite... Wait, is it mountain? Or is RMA being... Okay, it is. Thank you. It is the mountain. I was just worried for a second there that it was actually a Chemtech or a... we were getting that bug again. No, like you said, the early mountain gives you so much. It just makes it that much harder to get those early kills. And I could see that being pretty impactful both in the mid lane and in the spot lane.
Yeah, and you know, I'm pretty sure that, yeah, despite their best attempts, neither of these bot laners are really going to be able to get each other. But here comes the gate, and Karthus, good night sleep play. There he goes. He will go to rest, yeah. To eternal rest, Karthus, you shall go.
This is now twice, unfortunately, that Taxfig has got caught out there, as we see a ton of damage going down. Kansuke is just going to die, so is Sniller. Metro Archer could continue to push forwards, has got the level 6 as well, hasn't used that True Shot Barrage, so does have just about enough damage to pick up this kill if you land the True Shot Barrage, plus one more Mystic Shot. Not sure if that's going to be possible, though, with the minions under the tower. Does land.
Yeah, okay, but barrier.
Oh, that snipe was nearly so good. That was a real show of skill right there out of Metro Archer. If that had have landed, it would have been possibly one of the coolest.
And then he was the one on the minions. Like, I can't.
Like,
this game is so
possibly
funny.
could have been one of the coolest Ezreal kills that I have ever seen. I feel like we need to take stock of things, which usually is something I say about, 15 minutes in, but at this point,
never mind. Yeah, okay. Maybe I should take a bit more of a break. No chance to move. Good night. Hello. Somebody has joined the party, but Kajila's still definitely dead in that exchange.
Yeah, not gonna be able to survive through that one, unfortunately. And that's another one of those Fnatic Death Brushes we've been seeing. Very effective, and it's another kill going over to Rich Gang. They've managed to get themselves about 1,000 gold lead at this point. Typical stepping pretty far up. Does get the gold card. Slightly worried potentially that they were going to get run down right here. Nietzsche's having the same idea. I don't think they're going to be able to dive under the tower, but with the Requiem, it's a lot of damage going down. I think if Nietzsche's had a little bit more mana...
He didn't cancel the auto, I think.
Yeah, maybe. Super close.
But okay, I'm looking at the jungle. Let's look at this. Oh my god, Max. Taxvik is not playing this game whatsoever. Every time Kurosh gets the push and he looks for that fight in Metro, will have to face the wrath of the mom, but can she be enough? Well, so far, certified. This is exactly the point you want to be in the game as a Smolder. Sure, you're kind of behind on CS in the first 5 minutes, but you're still 2-1, still kept up in the gold department, and you're pretty much going to put yourself in the best spot possible when the time comes to actually, you get your Essence Reaver, you get your Shojin, and you keep timing those Qs to get eventually, one day, if the game lasts long enough, to the 275 stacks.
Yeah, I mean, you say that, but look at what Nitrous is maxing.
Yeah.
That's E. That's an E max right here. That feels like conceding the lane a little bit to
Is
me,
it?
right?
No, it's not. Because here's the thing, like especially about Nasus in competitive.
Right.
Like the way that Nasus functions in competitive against ranged ranged tops is that you max your E, you can see some of the early stacks, but you're actually even in lane. It's not even like even in CS. He's ahead in CS, just by the mere virtue of him having that ability and having the Oblivion Orb on top of it to reduce any healing from that Vamp Scepter. No, this is absolutely ingenious because you know that you're maxing E, right?
Yeah.
So why would I get the Executioner when the ability that I use to do damage is the one that needs the AP?
Okay, I like it. I like the big brain plays right here out of Nitrous. I'm still a little bit iffy on it. I think with the Q-Max, you would have been able to pick up that kill onto Typical, but
Yeah.
I get that you are also trying to farm up. You're trying to concede a few stacks early, get there later. I do understand what's happening. I just worry for Chaos right now that they're not going to get later, right? They're not going to get to the point at which this pays off. And so we will have to see RG. They're going to move in onto these grubbies right here. We're going to be able to pick up the next set. So it is just going to be 3 apiece. Nobody going to get a real advantage out of this one. Interesting to see what happens with the Drake, though. 30 seconds on that one, and it is an Infernal, which would be a really big pickup.
Yeah, but that means no Infernal Soul, which is kind of like I'm feeling a little bit unsatisfied really because we got a Cloud Soul, and Metro, he has to have the Clouds by his side if they were deciding to engage, but Taxvik is coming in a bit too late, and even with Snitter in that angle, the Ezreal still has the flash and the barrier, so it's going to be a very tough kill to find, but maybe Kansuke is going to be the one to suffer. Magnus Storm found, but can they find the kill on the Smolder in time? They definitely can look for it, but Mom will find the heals. Certified, however, will be ignited down to death, and now Taxvik is the one that's not going to have a good time at all. The Culling will clean him up, and the Sentinel will find the light in the midst of North.
Indeed, he will. That was a huge little play right there out of RG, managing to pick themselves up 3 nice kills out of... How did they... That collapse just came through so fast right there out of RG. They were able to get on top of everybody, and I love the aggression out of Kansuke to be like, right, we're getting engaged upon, we're getting ganked, I'm going in, right? I'm going fully in, right on top of the Smolder. The Mom nearly turns that fight around, but we are way too early on for this Smolder to be really effective. Essence Reaver is not going to be an item that just takes you through this game. Not yet, at least TP.
Yeah, Typical is that the rise. Look at the Wither. He's not moving, and the Corki is going to find the Phosphorus Bomb, is going to clean that one up, and Kijila is finally going to have a kill on his own scoreboard. But you know what's even better? That could be the entire turret found to Nasus there with the Qs.
It very well could. We should be in just a couple of seconds' time. One more Q should take this one out. Yeah, and that's going to be a big chunk of gold. Yeah, 700 is huge right there. That's not what you want to be giving over to the Nasus. So you're going to see another engage right here.
I mean, Certified could be that to rise. No Treasure Barrage, but if you land that one more Q, Metro might find it. That's a flash. Metro is gonna be an archer. The marksmanship is amazing. Kurosh as well finds the kill on the other side. And while you might find the Requiem, it will not be the case because it was interrupted on the other side.
No.
At least the Nasus is gonna find the kill, but can he lifesteal? The answer is yes. He dodged the first, he dodged the second, and no amount of damage from a little girl is gonna kill an Ascendant.
Oh man, that one looked like it was going so very wrong. Okay, that one does go very wrong. Taxvik's having a bad day, but in the bot lane, Nitrous managing to pick up those 2 kills could change everything. There you go, that's gonna be the fully completed Trinity Force. The same thing for Kajila, and these two are gonna be ripping through whatever is in front of them. I mean, this game has been crazy. 13-5, and yet look at the gold. 13-5.
This is my solo queue game.
Yeah.
This is it. Yeah.
It's not quite a solo queue game because the team that's with only 5 kills would have FF'd by this point because they think they're behind. But you actually look at the gold, they're not that far behind at all. It's barely 900 gold. Can we actually have a quick check of the gold right here, Zoe? Thank you very much. So there's a pretty big chunk in the mid lane. Pretty big chunk in the bot lane too for the side of RG, whereas there's a canyon in the top lane. Holy moly.
Yeah, and Nessa is one of the champions that really wants to accelerate in like those 2-3 item spikes because late game enough, Nasus basically has the same problem as each and every other Juggernaut in the game. Sure,
Yeah.
you might be called Juggernaut on paper, but in reality, you're just a very thick piece of paper that will be shredded.
Yeah, indeed. And you also sometimes struggle with actually getting on top of your opponents. Nasus struggles with that a little bit less with the Wither, obviously, but it can still happen where you're just chasing, you're not quite able to get those Qs, not able to lifesteal effectively. Up against the sort of hard engage rather than slows that RG have, that should be a little bit less of an issue. But yeah, needs to get going early on. Actually has managed to do this, but right now, I'm not
Certified, I'm scared. Oh my god, Metro is insane. Metro is a monster. He finds every mystic shot to make Certified pay one more for the second time in a row. What could have been a highlight reel just comes this short from being completed.
And I mean, oh, hang on. Kijila is just going to get engaged upon right here. Kurosh does have the...
Oh
wait,
my god, Kurosh.
Wait. Oh no!
I'm done. I am done. Kurosh taking 6 tower shots. He did not even take damage with the Corki. What the hell is going on?
Oh, that's not quite the dive that was meant to happen right there. This game is crazy. I'm having so much fun. I love games like this. Is this technically good League of Legends? Maybe not.
Look, this is the most entertaining League of Legends.
I am having a great time. This is the best that Div 2 has to offer, and I'm loving every single second right now. Let's... Teams, chill. Let's take a second to breathe and have a look at what's happening. 40 seconds until the next Drake. 2 have already gone over to Rich Gang. 3 grubs apiece, but the Herald did go over to Chaos. They've yet to use it. Taxfig still has that. We've had quite a lot of towers fall, but in the end, the gold is just a little bit in the favor of Rich Gang. Right now, we're really looking at Metro Archer and Kurosh as being those big carries. With the gold, you can see there's a massive gap in the mid and in the bot lane especially. This has not been a good time for Certified, but obviously it's a smolder. It will come online later on. And so right now as Chaos, you're just trying to keep the tempo of the game not too high, but so you're not falling massively behind. You want to get into the late stages for your Nasus and for your Smolder to really come online. We're gonna see
mid lanes are still fighting, by the way.
Yeah.
Like, they're still fighting in mid.
TP.
Like, look at this, yeah. Like, okay, will they find the kills? Want to be found. Requiem will help in the next. And with the Wither, Metro should be dead and gone. Even the Clouds will not help you against the Wrath of the Dragon, because it's gonna be double for Certified. And with that, that's all the gold that the Smolder was missing being delivered to him on a silver platter.
And this is what I was saying about the fact that RG felt typical's fine. Typical's fine. Yeah, it's gonna be all good. This is what I was saying. Oh no, I think.
Oh no. Oh no.
No.
Oh no. Oh no.
Okay. Kajila got a little hyphy there, was trying a little bit too hard to be able to pick up that kill. The rest of the team though does peel back. Is gonna be able to take down this Drake. Now you do have can scare and slice in the area if they want to go in potentially. No, not going to be able to get there in time. TP coming in. The fights just don't stop.
It was pretty much going to be an exact replay of what we've seen happen to the Corki, but instead of it happening over 3 seconds, it's going to happen over 6 seconds, because that's how much more tanky than all of this is comparison to the Corki. But they're still going on. Daxvik again. He's just not going to have a good time, but yeah, thankfully for him, and thankfully for Nasus here. Is able to just recall at the right time and the right place to escape the wrath of the gang that is very much rich. Maybe not in gold, but absolutely in objectives.
Hey, thankfully for your voice, right? I mean, this game, I don't feel particularly necessary in this one. I should have just let the play-by-play get running. See a lot of members of RG though in the jungle of Chaos right now. They could potentially be trying to set up a little bit of a death brush. And I could see that working out for them. You want to go and support your Nasus a little bit. Instead, everybody going to head down towards the bottom lane and just straight up fight.
I mean, yeah, it's definitely pretty much going to be that for Rich Gang. Because, you got the long range from the Corki, from the Ezreal, rather. The Corki doesn't have the gold to match that. And yeah, I know, how much healing did that reduce? I'm intrigued, actually. 131. Thanks, Shikaris. Thanks, Celeste. Yeah, now we know. Don't buy that item. It's just so bad. It's so bad.
Yeah, I was a little suspicious of that one. I feel like that 131 feels about appropriate. I guess at some point, if the Lucian decides to pick himself up a Bloodthirster, then maybe this gets a little bit better. Either way. Either way.
That's
at
stretching
this
it a bit too
point-
far, Max. That's stretching it a bit too far.
Possibly. But I can see quite a lot of the RG members hanging around this Baron pit. I don't think they're just going to snap decide, go to take this Baron. But with 20 minutes on the clock, we are going to get the big
Kujila.
purple worm
Oh,
spawning.
my sweet summer child.
Wait,
He's just
you spot it?
being...
Wait, it
oh my
hits?
god, again!
No.
Ain't no way, and the coming is actually enough damage! Good night! Ain't no Yordle allowed in this rift. Ain't no Yordle allowed.
Absolutely not. Not even Yordles who fly planes. Get on out of here, Corky. And that could potentially have been a Baron turn. Instead, more than happy right now for RG to just pick themselves up this tier 1 tower in the top lane and just keep expanding this gold lead. It's still only about 2,000. They're not massively far ahead, but they're going to be pretty happy with getting that kill, getting all of this vision set up around the Baron. Make it very easy. If they're able to get one more pick, especially onto Taxfig, that will be the Baron going down incredibly quickly.
Yeah, Taxfig should not contest that because
Oh, it's
each and every
going.
missile shot he takes
Tough come.
is much more difficult. I love that for Metro, by the way. Metro understands, like, we can just space that all that we want, but the Nazareth is coming in the nick of time. 2,000 health is going to be enough for them to smite that. But, well, the Nasus is not going to find a single damn thing. Meanwhile, Metro
typical?
is just going to say, well, I'm going to use my True Shot Barrage to fight back. But Kujila says, this is time for my revenge. 2 kills for Chaos, but they lost the Baron for it.
Yeah, they lose the Baron, they lose a death as well. Now, gee, they're going to come back out onto the map feeling pretty dang good about the way that this game is going. They still need to accelerate the game a little bit more, I think. They cannot be complacent. This Baron has got to at least crack all of these turrets outside of the base, if not crack an inhibitor, get you into the base right now, because the Smolder is going to be getting to the point where they're online. I wonder how many stacks we're sat on at the moment with the Smolder, because it can't be that little. Kujila, I think that they don't win this 1v1. Yeah, no, that's going to be a pretty bad time. Unfortunately, Kujila going to go down. Kirsch picks up that kill, and that's a lot of the wave clear that you're relying on to stop these Baron pushes. Gone. Let's have a look. 223 stacks on the moon.
It's
Oh,
closing
boy.
in. 228.
Yeah.
Yeah.
we're so
We're
close.
almost there. We're almost there. 5 more minutes. I think 5 more minutes and we're going to be there.
Do we get 5 more minutes of this game, though? Because RG, they've got the Baron, they're pushing through in this mid lane, in this bot lane, and without the Corki, so much of the wave clear you're relying on is just completely gone. Kursh is now going to be responded to by Nitrous, is going to be at least able to stop this push from just completely murdering the tower, or individually, but with the rest of the friends in the area, this is going to get a lot more risky. Teleport having to come in to defend this tower, and that's a lot blown to defend one tier 2 tower.
Yes, but at the same time, there's one of these situations where you don't want to get your tier 2 and have the wave push too far forward into your team when you're gonna have to contest for the soul. So I understand the importance of that tier 2, but the more important thing is for them to not lose their lives, because if Kujila gets caught out again here, there's gonna be a devastating one. But there's blind lands, but look at that Magnus Storm, 2 members caught, and Kurosh is gonna nail down that Thunder. But well, it looks like we have a Smolder aligned with the damage.
Whoa,
First
the
actually
Requiem!
coming in. Here comes the Requiem, massive damage. Typical is gonna bleed to death. And welcome to the game, Taxvig. It may have taken you 7 deaths, but you are finally officially within the game.
Yeah, 7 deaths, 23 minutes, but once Akarthus gets those couple of items, it's huge. That was a little bit of an odd interaction. Metrosh does a ton of damage, but it's going to be locked up, taken down right here, gets a kill back as well, then gets taken out by Certified. And I don't know if anybody noticed in and amongst the craziness of that fight, but Certified was beginning to execute. So we are at that point with the Smolder where you're pretty terrified. 253 on the stacks. We're still not at the point where you can just 1v9, but we're getting there. We really are. And that fight just showed how this composition wants to work out. You know, Taxfig, press the ult, just bombs everybody. You'd lose so much health. And Kujila, Certified, they're able to just sit in that fight. Sure, Nitrous, Snilla, they take deaths, they get jumped on. It doesn't really matter.
Yeah, and luckily for Chaos as well, with that turret being there taken, they've just captured the remaining bit of the standing gold that was there on the map. And Certified is still gonna farm, and he's gonna even like really scale even harder. with the 2 items completed, looking for that third. But on the other end, the one area that I'm still really not sure about has to be Kajila there against Kurosh in that one-on-one matchup. Because, well, we've just seen the Lucian be much more basically effective in the way that these team fights play out in comparison to the Corki. Because when you look at the side of Rich Gang, it's very easy to understand why the Corki is not going to have a great time. And Mumu got 2 of these bandage tosses. You got the gold card from Typical, and Kurosh is able to 1v1 you on the side lane, so there's nowhere really for this Corki to try to excel. Even the Rockets really have lost most of their potency possibly.
Yeah, exactly. It made a lot of sense why the early stages went badly, but this composition, it's getting online. It's getting to the point at which you're gonna be pretty terrified. Rapid fire cannons completed for both Certified and Kajila, so they're gonna be able to get that initial bit of poke down from even further away. Minute and a half now until the Baron. Big items being completed. I really don't know who wins this one out. I feel like if we go another 5 minutes, I begin putting a lot of my chips on the Chaos side of the board. But for right now,
how many stacks does an Nessus have? That actually changes the equation.
That's a good point. How many? 414. I mean, that's a lot of stacks. Yeah, I mean, both the Nasus and the Smolder at this point are at the point where, like, yeah, they're online, but you want the next couple of minutes worth to get them to that point where you're just wrecking whatever is in front of you. And I think something to note with how this game has gone is the fact that Kajila has been able to push that top lane all the way through multiple times, constantly threatening onto that inhibitor turret. And it's just caused a lot of problems for Rich Gang in that they can't constantly push forwards because there is that split pushing going on. So yeah, oh, hang on, Typical.
Okay, they're trying to look for the angle. Typical is taking a fair bit of damage. Tactic, however, has to be very careful. Slice finds the 2-man stun, and that's a big damage. Typical is able to hourglass, but the Requiem is gonna be demoralizing. Certified still have the time to execute. That's the first member down. Second member actually escapes. Certified will finally execute, and he will be unstoppable, but he's gonna be wounded and in need for some help from Mom, or at least from the fountain.
Oh, indeed. I mean, losing the Flash right there, I get it. Picking up that kill is huge for Certified, but Flash for 1 kill, if you die early on in these fights, it's just going to be a devastating situation. And I think I'm going to say it. I think RG's window to win this game might have passed. I'm not saying they can't win this game, but the window at which they needed to play through feels like it has sailed. QSS has also been bought for Certified right here, so is at least going to be able to cleanse away something that lands, although there are a lot of threatening abilities on the side of RG. Baron is up and available. Chaos, they need to set up a little bit of vision for this area. There's a lot of poke on the opposition you don't want to step up to. Metro was shredding people in that fight and will continue to do so. Is hitting like an absolute truck, but is getting to the point where you just get outscaled by a Smolder. Smolder is so good in these later game fights.
And, you know, on top of it, I just have questions to ask of the Typical build. Because in a game like this, where one AD carry is going to be withered, the other one is going to be chased down by the Nasus, I feel like the Twisted Fate really should have just stuck to Wilkes building that marksman style. I expected a Blade of the Ruined King out of that Vampiric Scepter, but nothing has come out of it. But, well, they're still going to get the flash at the Snither, so they find themselves victorious. TP. They find that TP, and it's pretty much Kajila again being caught between all those 5, and well, no mama is gonna help you when the man has died. But still, Rich Gang, you know, with the Requiem, you never know what you can expect.
Yeah, there can still be so much damage coming through from the Requiem, but they are gonna head on over to this Baron. Rich Gang, it's melting incredibly quickly. Chaos, they need to step up if they want to stop this.
And Requiem is still not utilized just as of yet. The big ultimate has come in. That's the Smolder down. You talked about it. No flash, easy engage. And Kurosh and the gang are still gonna find their mark. Massive damage from the Requiem to melt down 2, but that's all it's gonna get. And they have the sustain and the damage to get the Baron and maybe even get the Dragon after.
Yeah, potentially the Dragon as well would be huge. Put you onto Soul Point. I mean, oh, Schniller stepping up right here. There are a lot of low health bars, but Schniller really does not have the damage to be able to get onto this one. In fact, steps up once again, just trying to stop the bases, but is going to lose his life for this. I don't know if Wait.
Oh.
Never mind. Snella with a fancy little feat right there, going to be able to get away. It's actually pretty huge, to be honest. Not dying and stopping those bases. Sure, you still get to Baron and Power recall, but it just buys you a little bit more time for everybody to respawn. You said it, though. You said it. Absolutely. The lack of flash on Certified in that fight just ruined the fight for them. Obviously, the Kajila teleport was not good, but then not being able to reposition on the Smolder hurt so bad. That flash is going to be back up relatively soon. That could be huge.
Definitely can be huge. The barrier's there as well now, so maybe, just maybe, they can use that barrier to tank enough damage until that objective comes. Nobody's really going for the dragon. And you know, you understand it, in a game like this, the extra bit of movement speed, it might matter a bit more to Chaos, and that's why I think Rich Gang are just holding off on that one. They don't really need the Cloud Soul. Their teams already have enough movement built into their team. You know, the Relentless Pursuit from the Lucian, the Fleet Footwork, and the Ultimate from Typical, and the Amumu already got the Bandage Tosses. So you don't want the Cloud, you don't want to give a chance for Chaos to fight you at the Cloud, because at choke points, that's exactly where the Karthus E and the Karthus kit as a whole really flourishes the most.
Absolutely, it's... Oh, hang on, Tagsfig. Kansuke just gonna have to jump over the wall. There are wards everywhere, littered all throughout the jungle. Nitrous does have a teleport. Korosh just gonna go over this wall. Fires off that. Wow.
Typical Colin moment.
Oh, no.
Wow, typical. Typical. No, don't give a chance to the Smolder. They'll run away with it. Metro has to escape. Excellent flash, and he actually lives. That is paramount for Rich Gang. Now they have a chance to fight back.
Indeed, and because of that damage from the culling from Korosh, you sent Gila packing, has to go back to base. Now you've got Illusion threatening onto your tower in the top lane. Obviously, we do have this Drake spawning. It's only sole point for either of these teams.
And, well, I just got confirmation that Typical did actually use the Destiny and the Gate TP used on one side, but that means that Kurosh might be able to TP into that pit. Got Wars nearby, and the TP is confirmed. They're looking for the angle. The Magnus Storm onto Taxvic, but they cannot kill the Karthus in time. He's gonna lay it into waste. He's gonna allow Certified to do the Smolder moment. Kurosh is unstoppable, but the ultimate might be enough. Great locket, but you still get a kill back. And Certified Miles Squishy has the 3 items, new QSS, so he has to be very wary of an engage there from the other side. But Metro just gonna clear that one out, use the Qs, space out the Smolder, and the True Shot Barrage, unfortunately for him, will not guarantee a kill.
No, Tagsfig stepped up in that fight more than anything, just to get a bit more damage down and then be able to ult. And, I mean, this game is crazy. It is going to be the sole point for RG. I don't know how much Cloud Soul is going to be the thing that wins you this game. Potentially it will be, just because Metro can weave through these team fights a little bit quicker. Still hitting like a truck at this point does also have the Bloodthirster, so maybe the Oblivion Orb will be useful on Nitrous now. I wonder how much healing gets negated at this point. That's more respectable.
400 more.
It's better.
In like how much? Let's see, like 20 minutes, 23 minutes, I think.
Yeah.
400 healing.
I'm not loving this, to be honest.
Tons of numbers, yeah. Tons of numbers.
Oh boy, I mean, talking of numbers, there's a couple of different champions at this point with well over 300 CS. This one's gone long. I mean, I know that we used to talk about a long game being past 40 minutes, but in this meta, we haven't seen games go to 30 minutes in ages. You can see with the gold, there's some pretty big gaps happening. The mid lane is a canyon still, but I don't know how much that matters at this point. A lot of these champions are going to be full build. You can see as full build for Korosh. Gila not quite going to be there. You've got full build in a lot of different spots at this point. A couple of people needing just one remaining item.
Oh, Korosh.
Oh no. Does he get the kill back first though?
Oh, he needs to find the kill. He needed to find it. Doesn't find the angle. Now the turn on the attacks. We got the X-Drinker. And bye-bye, Karthus, you go. Great feat work from Kurosh. But unfortunately for him, he's gonna die down. He forced the Requiem, however. So
yeah,
I still think that's quite okay-ish. Yeah.
Yeah, I would take that as a win. You get a kill, you force out that Requiem as well. I think that's going to be absolutely good because the rest of your team's able to heal that one back up. It doesn't come down at the back end of the team fight where everybody's low. You end up getting a couple of kills or just stop any continual engage. Metro Ultra standing on the very edge of that one. Slice looking for the engage. Misses the first bandage toss.
Oh, but he's on the Nasus. He knows what's gonna happen. He looks for the ultimate on the 2 big men, but Certified says your HP bar is now mine to take down. Here comes the execute. And Certified is on a killing spree, and he's looking for some more. But Rich Gang, they know how to space that one out. They keep the gold card. They keep Kansuke there. Who is going to space them out on that rail. And yeah, I think it's going to slow down again. Baron in 25, however. And just before that, there comes the Dredge. Here comes the Magnus Storm. All three are caught in, but do they have the damage? Certified is trying to kite this one out. He's going to look for an execute. Gunsuke is going to go down. Typical is super low. And by that time, Taxvik is finally joining back into that fight. Another execute coming in. And Typical, what you might go golden, you will also go down.
Oh boy, this
Poor
one
Cannon.
feels like it's gotten away right there from Rich Gang. Chaos pushing forwards. They would love a win right now. Get themselves off of the bottom of the standings. Put themselves in a good position to make playoffs. And with another tower falling, Baron is available, but there's a lot of low health bars. I think the problem in that fight for Rich Gang was that you didn't have Kurosh. Kurosh has basically all of your damage at this point. Sure, Metro Archer can do damage, but it takes a really long time for the Ezreal to be able to do all of that damage with a lot of high health bars on Chaos. See here, Schniller just going to play bodyguard, keep everybody away from this Baron. Morm is going to come down as well. Schniller may well give over the life, instead just going to be able to land that Dredge line and walk out, and that's going to be another Baron going down in this game. Is that the third Baron of the game?
Yep. Third Baron, 5 dragons. We might even get it all the way to 7, if I'm gonna be completely honest with you, because in 45 seconds, probably gonna be chaos, and then we got 6, and the 7 is gonna survive, and this game seems to not want to end, actually.
It really doesn't. It hurt that we were not covering the next game. It's like, cool, so I can take twice as long, right? We can just keep on going. The fact that we don't have an Elder at this point is crazy, too. Gonna be at least another 5-6 minutes until that one comes up. Kajila just dies! Kurosh just gets that kill.
That's just like delusion diff right there. The culling is absolutely devastating. Finds that kill, and you know what? The ultimate cooldown and the culling is really low later on in the game when they're looking for the angle. They got the cards, they got Certified. They definitely want to give that one a go. Wither on Metro, they catch all the Twisted Fate, but can they kill him in time? Kurosh off of the side, looking to do some good damage. The Karthus is gonna be caught with that one, and he's gonna go down. Still got the Requiem though, and with all of his health bars going all the way down, look at that damage coming in. That's the fight flipped on his head, yet Kurosh is sustaining, trying to escape, find the space, Certified through the wall, will find another execute, call that a third one, but Slice will deny, and now they have a chance. Will the gang be rich enough? They're trying to find their way away from the Nasus. What a flash from Metro, as he continues to snipe and snipe and snipe, pops off the Sterex, looks for more, knows where Neju is at, but they're gonna jump away and they're gonna give away the soul unless they heal back and take a take 2 on that one.
Ninja is just going to keep trying to play this one out. Just does so much damage, but you have to be able to get on top of your opponent. Slice lands the bandage toss.
But he doesn't have ultimate, Ninja doesn't have enough healing. Metro!
Wait,
no!
Wait!
Going on, Nasus is insane, and it will be a 3-3 draw for those dragons. Oh, never mind.
Oh, wait,
Slice is just gonna come back in, and he's got an oh no, Nasus again. What the hell?
Slice didn't even manage to press smite. The smite didn't even happen. This Nasus diff is crazy right here. It has been. This has truly been one of the most insane games I've ever witnessed. And the fact that nobody's got soul yet just keeps on adding to it. Why not? We're going to go for a fourth Baron of the game in 3 and a bit minutes time. Every single time one of these team fights happens.
Oh, Kurosh.
Kurosh just gets the kill again.
That's going to be a second as well. The Culling has nailed down Senator, but the Certified banger is still ongoing because the Smolder, he has reached the point of no return.
Yeah. Look at those stacks, 451 stacks right there. We'll have a quick check on the NASA stacks as well, just so you're up to date on the utter destruction that we are witnessing. 591, yeah, that's a Nasus and a Smolder. It's truly online. Typical, gonna ghost here. This is interesting.
He's gonna die if he takes one more step forward and one more Q instead. Yeah.
Okay, luckily they changed the way that the Smolder works. He has to get his own executes now. The rest of the team cannot proc them for him. Everybody has full build, I think, right now, other than the junglers?
Typical jungler behavior, you know, like, pretty much everybody takes away your lunch money.
Yeah,
Like, look at this. Slice is.
exactly.
I think this is the first blue buff that Slice is killing himself since like minute 20.
Yeah, I mean,
Like,
it's just going everywhere else. Slice is going to be happy to be able to pick that one up for the team. And a little bit of no man's land right here. Surely one of these team fights has to end in a way in which a team has enough
This
kills.
might be it. Please.
It could be. Top again. Misses
Oh.
the culling.
Oh, the
Ish.
gate. The gate is there, but
gate
typical
seems-
now is the one that might be called certified. Okay, yeah, not in range of Q, unfortunately.
That's the mum going pretty much completely wide. Typical does actually tank it, but is able to survive. Obviously doesn't have the Destiny, but it's a very, very short cooldown at this point in the game. Kurosh is pretty much single-handedly keeping his team in this one. I mean, Metro Archer is doing work. Slice is trying to find ways in, same with Casket, but like, it's all on Kurosh hitting that culling, getting an initial kill, and that's what stops these losses of team fights from just getting a win for Chaos. They need to find one fight where you get the smolder down.
Okay, yeah, guys, Lucian did not buy the item that is pretty much, in my books, breaks the entire game. So, you know how everybody got tier 2 boosts, right?
Yeah.
Every AD carry in the game gets to get tier 3 boosts
Yeah,
for some
nobody else
reason.
gets tier 3 boots. I'm a jungler. I'm not allowed tier 3 boots. Well, it turns out
Kurosh doesn't want it
tier
either.
3 boots
Yeah.
It wants more damage. I mean, at this point, why not, right? You want a full build? You want to step up to a Lucian right here that has an Eye Edge, a Kraken, a Maw, an Essence, an LDR, and some Flicker Blades? I mean, that's gonna be insane.
I think that there's gonna be another problem here. It's gonna be Kurosh not being able to step up to anyone or even run away from anyone without any of that movement speed. And sure, like, don't get me wrong, the Flicker Blade gives you a whole lot more usage out of that Relentless Pursuit, but how much can you dash away when there's no targets to hit?
I guess the thinking is, once you're slowed, you're dead anyway as Kurosh, so
Yeah.
like, I might as well hit like a truck before that happens. Baron has now spawned. It would be the fourth one that we're going to get in this game. 41-minute banger. Don't you love NLC?
488.
Everybody?
488, 490. It's starting to get more and more scary. Like, I think by the time Smolders get to 550, there's no way the Chaos can lose this one.
No. No, I said it maybe 20 minutes ago that I thought the window was shutting. Chaos, they're going to head straight over to this Baron. There doesn't seem to be too much of a response. Kurosh is on the flank.
You gotta look for the angle. He got the angle for the calling. Kijila's gonna go down. That's the Navori doing his work as he's dashing and flashing.
Oh, it's huge.
As they're gonna get everyone. Can they get the Nessus? The Requiem is gonna be massive, and with that damage, they might get one, they might get two, but they will get nothing whatsoever as they get aced, and Rich Gang will finally, after 42 minutes of strenuous League of Legends, take it over to the Nexus.
Kansuke, take a damn bow, my man. That was an insane engage right there. That Magnet Storm was everything. It needed to be perfect. It was. It lands onto Certified. They go down. Nitros and Taxfix together nearly still won a team fight, but this one, after 43 minutes, is going to go in the favor of Rich Gang. Show why they are in the top echelon of the league right now, but Chaos, they tried their hardest on that one.
Tried their hardest. Didn't really work out for them here, as now they're 2-5 on the scoreboard, and unfortunately for them, they definitely had all the credibility to take that one. Remember, Smolder had the flash there. Smolder died with the flash on.
Yeah.
Like, that's all I'm gonna say. If they flashed away with that one, if they were able to collapse onto Kurosh, who actually solo killed Kajila there, then
Yeah.
maybe they would have won that game. But it's the same mistake happening over and over and over again. I say mistake, but really, like, when you look at the Lucian, how much can you do to the Lucian without actually giving your back to Metro Archer has been decimating your entire flank?
I mean, yeah, I don't know what you can do in that situation. Chaos, they needed to pick a slightly better fight. Unfortunately, there were a couple really good ones, but nobody was able to win out these fights convincingly until that last moment. It took 4 Barons spawning for us to get a fight where somebody convincingly won it. I mean, as a player, you come off of that one, you're shaking, you're like, it's a mental
It's too.
destroyer.
It's
if you
mentally and
lose it.
physically exhausting.
Yeah, absolutely. If you lose those kind of games, it can be devastating for your team's mental. Winning that kind of game, it feels great, but also you're like, wow, we made so many mistakes there. There's a lot for both of these teams to go back and look at, but I mean, I had fun. Did you have fun?
I had a lot of fun, and well, I think we're gonna actually have a talk with one of these players, see what they think about that win. So when we will be back, we will have a player from the Rich Gang, and maybe they can tell us what the gang had going there on their own. So stay tuned.
Nice.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We got the man himself, the man of the hour, the man that actually really sealed the deal there for the Wish Gang. Kurosh, congratulations on the win, first of all.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Okay, so I'm just gonna put it in the bluntest way possible to just spare us all the misery. What in God's name was that game?
Oh man, honestly, no words. We were just limit testing and just laughing and having a good time. Let's just go with that. We're like, first time, let's go Twisted Fate. First time Amumu, first time Lucian, YOLO it. And it worked. Yeah, it worked.
It did indeed work. I mean, the game was completely crazy. You saw their draft with the Nasus and the Smolder. Did you guys feel like you had a little bit of a clock on you, or were you just, like you said, having a good time, weren't too worried about the fact that the stacks were coming in?
I mean, I'd like to be a little bit egotistical and be like, yeah, we had it all planned, but in reality, we were pissing ourselves. We were like, oh shit, this didn't work. We need to force something else. Oh, that didn't work. We need to force something else, and we just kept on going from there. But yeah, it was a good laugh. It was a good laugh.
Indeed. And specifically on the Lucian, I mean, it looked really clean. You were constantly finding solo kills onto a lot of different people and sort of beginning the team fights. Is the Lucian something you practice a lot, or did you say you were first timing it?
I mean, I haven't played it in so long. I felt extremely rusty. Like, I'm going to be honest, but it was a pick of mine a long time ago, and I just thought, okay, you know what? Might as well just pull it here. I'm bored of the Tristana Corki matchup. Let's just do something a little bit more exciting. So yeah, pulled out my favorite champion.
Hey man, look, I'm glad you're having some fun, but from what I've heard when we were on the break, you got something to pick up with some of those teams. So I feel like you definitely think that people should regard you better than where you currently are. So how do you feel about that? Where do you think you're in? And well, who do you actually have some beef with?
I mean, to be honest, I don't know if I don't remember names. I'm really bad at remembering names, but people consider me as toxic, especially, I don't know, maybe solo queue, so they remember me. So they have beef with me, and I'm just completely blank. But to be honest, it's hard to say who's better than who, because every team is improving, right? As a team and individually in confidence and etc. So, I mean, I would love to trash talk and be like, yeah, we are the best team and Unique got lucky. I won't count the lose against RZH, I think it's called. I think they're RZH.
Yeah.
Yeah, Rose. Yeah, as a loss, I think that was just we delete that from the memory, but we go on. We go on from here.
Okay, glad to hear you, man. Look, I love to see the confidence, and I hope to see like more of that backed up with the gameplay later on. So thank you so much, Kurosh. Zoe, Max, thank you so much for tuning in. Yeah. And yeah, I think that's gonna be it for the interview, and that leaves me and Max. And well, what the hell of a day do we have? I don't know, man. Like that was all over the place. We got stomps, we got clearly competitive games, but the one thing that I'm just gonna say, outside of that unique Lazy Life game, nothing went on as it should have.
No, absolutely nothing. And we had all of the technical difficulties we could have had. All of these games were bangers in different ways. I think my main takeaways from the day is you like having your bans teams, so, sort that one out, because not having bans meant Tristana. I think that's the second thing. Tristana took over today and was completely crazy. That last game, I don't even know. It was great, though.
Yeah, it had a lot of fun, and you know what? I definitely had a lot of fun being back here at the NLC, and hope you all have fun watching. And you know what? With that, I think we're gonna actually wrap that one for today. So you guys can go to bed. Max and I can go to bed. Everybody can go to bed. So you know what, guys? I hope you all have a great evening and have a great night. So thank you all so much for tuning in, and we'll see you at the next time. Adios.
Bye bye, guys. Bye bye.